Hello, my name is Professor Kevin Hilton. I'm the independent chair of the Sheffield Race Equality Commission. I am based at Leeds Beckett University, where I was head of the Research Centre for Diversity, Equity and Inclusion, and more recently the interim Pro-Vice Chancellor, Culture, Equality and Inclusion at the University of Sussex. The Race Equality Commission is a non-partisan strategic assessment into the nature, extent, causes and impacts of racism and racial disparities in Sheffield. Working with 24 commissioners from the Sheffield area, we conducted a series of short, focused hearings over 6 priority areas for the city. These included business and employment, civic life and communities, crime and justice, education, health, sport and culture. In May 2022, we will be presenting the findings and recommendations for the report that will be made available to the public on the Sheffield City Council website. This is the Business and Employment Hearing Part 1. Morning Zatoon, Kevin Hilton here.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, it's good to meet you. We're just letting a couple of other people in. Mike is here. I'll just see if
it is actually Carmen.
It's Carmen. Is Mike?
Carmen and Mike are on the same.
On the same. Okay. Okay. Yes. Mother and son on the same.
Yeah. Yes. It just caused me confusion, but obviously Mike has let me know that, so that's good.
Welcome, Carmen. You're on mute at the moment. Okay, and Mike, is Mike going to be sat just off camera then at the moment?
Yeah, I'll be off camera. Yeah.
Okay, Mike. We might ask you a couple of questions, Mike. We'll see, but we know you're going to be in the next session.
That's correct. Yeah.
So it's good to see part of you there. Welcome to Carmen. Do you prefer Mrs. Lawrence, Carmen, or Mrs. Lawrence?
Yeah.
Welcome, Mrs. Lawrence, and welcome, Zatoon. Before we well, just to let you know, my name is Kevin Hilton. I'm chair of the Sheffield Race Equality Commission. I'd like to welcome you to today's session. Really appreciate you taking time out to speak with us. Before we get going, we have a few preliminaries we'd like to get through, some housekeeping, if you will. So I'd like to just hand you over to Adele Johnson, who leads the Secretariat.
Hello, good morning. I just want to take you through a little bit of the context of the Commission before we begin. So the Commission, as you know, is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of racism and racial inequality within Sheffield. The Commission was established to focus on 6 key themes, and those are health, education, civic life in communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today is the first day of the business and employment hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report produced that will go for action to the key stakeholders in Sheffield. The Commission has invited you as witnesses today to share your insights into the 5 areas of the terms of reference of the Race Equality Commission. And these 5 areas are your knowledge and insights into racial inequality and racism within Sheffield, which you may think will be of help to the Commission. Knowledge of your own or other approaches to race-related frameworks or equality duties. Any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector. Any examples of good practice that you think that there are in relation to reducing racism and racial inequality, and what you believe to be the best ways to tackle racism or racial inequality. As witnesses here today, you're required to act in good faith, and by appearing here, we're assuming that that is so. For noting that for those in attendance, the hearing is being recorded and it will be available afterwards, but only commissioners here that you can see can ask questions. Any non-confidential evidence that you've put forward will be available on the Commission's website. Can I also note for those in attendance, can you wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking? And can any invited guests and commissioners please introduce yourself before speaking? If you want to ask a question, can you put it to me privately in the chat and I'll send that over to the chair. And now I'd like to hand you back to Professor Kevin Hilton, the independent chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele. Zatoun, if you can take your mute off, that would be fantastic. So before I hand over to my colleague Daljit, and before I open the floor up to questions from my commissioners who you see all around your screen, I wonder if you could both say a little bit about yourselves, and Mrs. Lawrence, if you could just say a bit about who you are and how long you've been in Sheffield and so on. Then I'll ask Daljit to ask you some specific questions. Before you do, Zatoun, do you think you could introduce yourself first and just say a little bit about the submission you sent us, the evidence that you sent us, before I then invite Daljit to speak with you further. So Zatoun, if you go first, and then I'll invite Mrs. Lawrence to say a few words.
Okay. So my full name is Zatoun Sadiq Reeve. I'm from Pakistani heritage, born in England, Sheffield. Always lived in Sheffield all my life. So I've worked for Sheffield City Council since 1985, since the age of 20. And at the age of 42, after I'd had my family, etc., I decided I wanted to advance my career. I wasn't privileged to education, etc. My upbringing was very different. It was more focused on getting an arranged marriage, etc. So, you know, all the trauma around that, rather than education, go on to university, etc. So I started working for the council in 1985. Business support, you know, clerical, etc. Left work, had my family, came back at the age of 42 in 2006, and decided I wanted to pursue my career, did some training in a fast track management training course to enable me to get up the career ladder. And I believe this course was introduced just 2 years before the Equality Act.
Zatoun, can I sorry to interrupt you. The commissioners have all had access to your submission. Okay. So if you could just give us the highlights, and if you could keep it brief, then we'll get into some of the detail of it. No problem. And then I'll introduce Mrs. Lawrence. Okay.
The main issue that I want to bring to your attention is the inequality within the council and the lack of progression for BAME staff. Even when we follow the protocol for training and advancement, the pathway for progression, and we get interviewed and we just don't get the jobs. And there seems to be a glass ceiling at grade 5, which is what I'm on, and you just cannot kind of advance from that. I've got figures to show you, but we can discuss that later. So that's my main kind of thing that I want to bring up.
Thank you, Zatoun. And Mrs. Lawrence, could you you can hear me okay? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got hearing problem.
Okay. All right. Well, do you think you could just say a few words about yourself? Just introduce yourself. You can just keep it brief.
My name is Carmen Lawrence. Came to this country in 1960, and I was living in London.
Mm-hmm.
And then I came up to Sheffield, got married, and I've got a family.
Uh-huh.
And during my time, I used to work in London, and I've had all my children. I've got 3 children, and they're all, I've had them before I started work with the council. So I applied for a job, and I was working at another hospital for a short while. They only took me on 1 reference there because I told them I used to work with London Transport. People come and go. They won't remember who this person is. So it was just only my minister name. You know, I gave them 1 reference, and they took me with 1 reference. They believed me, which was true. Mm-hmm. And I worked at another edge for a few years, and I wanted to go part-time, and I couldn't get the hours that I wanted. I'm the only one that used to work 9 on that ward. And so I decided to leave. And then I was at home. Before I leave, I applied to social services. At the time it was social care. And top of gallery, that's where the office used to be. And then I was on a waiting list. And I stayed at home 1 year. And then they called me. And then they told me where to go. When I went for the interview, I was the 3rd one for the interview. So the first 2 ladies, they got the full time there. And then she said, the post now is just a relief. So I said, I don't want relief here. She said, no, she said, it's full time, but it's, you go around different places. So I accept that, and I enjoyed that thoroughly. And then they decide, after working all over the place, they decided to make me permanent. And they took me from a small home where I was, and it was only 1 person. When I started working with them, it was only 1 person in these small homes. And then, but I worked in the 50 bedder on my own as well. And then I've been made permanently at, I won't say where. And I got on with everybody very well. And then when I took the job, I was supposed to get some training.
Mrs. Lawrence, before you go any further, I'd like to go into a bit more detail into your career, but through my colleague Daljit, and also with you, Zatoon. So just hold that thought, Mrs. Lawrence, whilst I just introduce Daljit Kaur. Daljit, could you introduce yourself before then inviting responses to your questions from Mrs. Lawrence and Zatoon?
Great. Thank you very much, Kevin. Morning, Zatoon, and morning, Mrs. Lawrence. And thank you both for joining us today. So my name's Daljit Kaur. I've worked in Sheffield as an activist and as a professional for many years. I led on all the employment and training programs for Sheffield around positive action and workforce development up until, I think it was 2013, after which I then went on to lead on the Canton Review, then setting up the Institute of Community Cohesion, and now working in an academic environment. But still an activist from a gender perspective with Ashiana as chair. I'm also a member of the commission and will hopefully be part of the final report aspect as well. So welcome to you both. And Zatoon, it's nice to see you after many years. So nice to see you, and thank you for sharing with us today. So, and Mrs. Lawrence, I look forward to listening to your journey and the challenges as well. So I'll speak to Zatoon and then come back to yourself, Mrs. Lawrence, in the next session. Great. So Zatoon, I'm just going to go back to the document that you sent around progression and recruitment and selection. So, and within there, you've said that there's been a lot of failure to recognise racial inequalities within Sheffield City Council. Can you tell us how you've come to that conclusion, and then also share some of your experiences as well with us?
I don't hear it.
So I've since 2008, I've applied for probably about 20 jobs, whether they're on my scale or a couple of scales above. That's all I've gone for. I've had a high rate of interviews, but no successes at all in appointments. Having said that, just 2 weeks ago, last week, I've actually started a new job in the COVID response hub, but it's a sideways move, and it's a 12-month secondment, and that's the first opportunity that's been given to me in the last 14 years. So I'm really pleased with that, actually, but it's a sideways move. The reason I've come to this conclusion is because my experiences of other people around me being given opportunities and being successful in getting jobs. And I have been very unsuccessful. And I think a lot of this is their preconceived ideas. I think people think that some jobs are better done by the people, by white people. And I feel personally, I've done everything in terms of my skills development and the training courses, etc., and still no success. And I feel as though I've done more over and above, like some of my colleagues who have been successful in getting the jobs. So that's how I came to that conclusion. Sorry, and what was your second question, Daljit?
So, and that's quite interesting because you've come to the conclusion based on you feel there's a perception that a white person can do the job better than somebody from an ethnic minority group.
However, this is not just about giving a job to a black person. It's not about that. Obviously, you've got to have an element of, a skill set as well. It's not just about employing a black person for the sake of employing a black person. That obviously comes first, and then you look at your demographics as well. But we've now got sections that are full of white people. The section I've just left, which was a new business model they set up, brought in all the business support staff together from different services. And there's about 80 people. They are led with 8 white team leaders and 2 white female leaders at the top. And that's when it kind of really hit home 2 years ago, 2018, I think, when I'd done my training, my second lot of management training, because we were going through this restructure and this hub was being set up, and I thought, right, this is my chance, there's an opportunity, there's going to be a team leader's job on a grade 7. And I still continued with all my development, being mentored, etc. And then the job was advertised, ring-fenced internally. And my colleague, who I've sat next to for 6 years, who didn't do the skill set that I did, who didn't do the training that I did. She did the same management training, the internal training that was offered to us. But in terms of, do you remember, Adele, I worked at the Equality Hubs? Yeah. I did all that, and that was a good few years ago, and that was all because I wanted to develop and, to be recognised that I'm really going for it, and put my hand up for anything that was going, that was of interest to me, so that I could develop my skills. And you know what? None of it has done me any good, because the council have actually kind of demonstrated that you don't have to do all this, because we're going to give the job to whoever we like, irrespective of your skill set, as long as they're white. I'm sorry. I know I feel I'm cross sarcastic, but this is how it appears to me, and it's upsetting and it's demoralizing. So I'm going to go back to that instance, because that's the real instance that really, really kind of hit home with me. And at that point, I really started thinking, you know what, this is more to it. This is about my colour, and this is about being accepted as me, as a Pakistani woman, wanting to be a manager or wanting to progress my career, and it's not going to happen. So the job was advertised, ring-fenced to 13 people, 13 business support people, okay? Only 2 of us applied, and my colleague got the job on 2.5 days, and I only worked part-time and she only worked part-time. And if they really wanted to employ a black person, they were positive and they were really kind of supporting our equality objectives and the public sector equality duty, etc. And my interview was that bad. Let's say it was that bad, because I know it wasn't. They could have re-interviewed me. they could have done they can put other measures in place. They could put measures in place to get me geared up and ready for when the other half of the job goes out to advert again. There's so many things that we can do to kind of, you know.
And that's quite powerful what you're saying, and I can feel the passion and the pain at the same time. Have you shared these feelings with others?
Yes.
And if so, were their experiences similar or different? And also, have you shared it with HR? Have you challenged it or gone back for feedback?
Yeah, so I've always attended Staff Equality Inclusion Network meetings. It was a Place Equality Inclusion Network prior to that, and I've always got involved in all that, put my views forward, and then hoped for these views and all the things that we discuss and stuff to actually be implemented into actions. And you know what, they are, but they're not really real actions in little teams that are kind of operate around the council, you know. So up there, it's there, but really it doesn't get translated into actions, real actions. In terms of HR, so I submitted this to yourselves last September, and then, you know, I really thought I need to do something positive about this, not only for myself, but for other Black people within the organisation, all the apprentices that we have joining our organisation, and the existing apprentices as well, which, you know, I think we have a high percentage of BAME people in the apprenticeship area. I put in an internal grievance, not a grievance, a complaint, under dignity and respect. So that was back in, I think, late in November, December time. And I had a couple of meetings, and then more meetings in the new year. And then I had a hearing about 3 weeks ago, coming to 4 weeks now, and the notes have been sent to me, but no conclusion. There's no conclusion still, and I've emailed them saying, you know, okay, well, what's the next stage? Nobody's come back to me. This is trade union, this is a chap from HR, and this is the investigating officer as well who did the hearing. And obviously from that, it will all the information will go to the director, Richard Eyre, as well, but nobody's come back to me with anything. And there's just no pace in anything that they do with regards to equalities and for outcomes in such matters. You know, it's 8-9 months now, you know, but these things it lays heavy on my shoulders every day, but yet there's no conclusion still. And you just think, well, come on, let's move forward with this. In terms of numbers, I can read the numbers, but I think you may have already got the numbers.
Yeah.
Yes. And so is that in? So Daljit, I'm trying to make sure that we get a rounded view of both Mrs. Lawrence and Zatoon.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
And so I wonder if we could just invite some comments from Mrs. Lawrence as well.
Yeah. Apologies.
Just so that we use the time as productively as possible.
Yeah. Apologies for that. Okay. So I'll come back to your recruitment and selection. But Mrs. Lawrence, in terms of your experience and your career, both in Sheffield and Leeds, can you just give me an understanding or an awareness of evidence in terms of the impact that racism had on you and what your experiences were?
Yes, racism is there. It's very hard to prove it, but you know for yourself, because there's a lot of unfairness. The things when I just started that was said they would do, send me for training. I didn't have any training. And it's just
Hello.
when
Hi Henry, how are you doing?
yeah, the things that they promised that they would have done when I become permanent. This care staff, she works there long enough, like myself, without no qualification. And the principal, that time it was matron days, she went on a course in hip switch. Although she was a qualified nurse, but she had to train, in those days, you had to train over because it's different type of people she used to work with. She used to work as a midwife. And so at the time when they used to train them in Sheffield, you had to go to Ipswich out to Sheffield. So my other colleague that worked with social service a long time, she she asked her if she could step in. So she was doing that pose. She asked me, but I said I couldn't cope because I've got a family of 3. And sometimes the hours that I would have to put in, it wouldn't fit in with my husband, with the children, because he works at Loxley. So anyway, I had to get somebody else to come in to work. And then she was to get the first preference for training. Fair enough, because she's going to sit in that chair now. So I agree. But when my turn comes, it never seems to come.
What impact, Mrs. Lawrence, did that have on you then? Because that must have been painful.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, it's got a very big impact on me, because that was not the arrangement made. And I waited. I know I've got my family and they're young, but I've waited for when my turn come. And that person leave, who didn't even ask to go on courses, that they went out.
Mm.
And it was when that other person, they said I don't need to apply again because my name is there, but it has never come up, never comes up. And there's a lot of things. And in the meantime, I used to do voluntary work, a lot of voluntary work with the church's council, kids on probation. When I'm night off, I go and do that. And then I did counseling, even for alcoholics. And then I do a lot of volunteer that keeps me going. But that's never come until when I leave there. Yeah, I went and enrolled at Pond Strait to go on this course. And then when they found out, I had to say where I've worked. And then I went up to Shirecliffe. And then they asked me where I've worked, and I told them we're stationary. How long have I worked for there? And they was amazed. And I paid the money and everything. And then the tutor and somebody else, about 3 of them, they applied to social services that we've got one of your co-worker here would like to go on this course. And it wasn't fair for me to pay to go and enroll to get on the course. And because when you have to do a block study going out Sheffield for a couple of days, a week, I would have to make my way, pay for my boarding there and everything, while others was going to get it, the social service paid for it. And for the length of time I'm with them, why I'm not entitled to that. So when this person went back, the tutor went to social services and pointed out the area where I've worked and what of it and how long with there, they get on to them. And by the time they to sort it out, it was too late. They already went on a course for a couple of days. I think they went to Buxton. So I would have missed that. I would have that to make up. So with the union, but in then, and then they said, well, all right, the next time I will be going on the course. So I went after that course. And what I wanted was to do, I didn't get a chance to do it. And other people who've been on courses, she never stopped them one day when they should be at college. But when it's my turn, she told me one night, the principal, could you come into work instead of going to college tomorrow? Could you come in and work? They weren't short because the other 2 on the other night staff, they was prepared. If they was asked, one of them would have fit in just that night for me when I won't be there. But she didn't ask. And she said to me, I said, well, would you like to phone the tutors? Would you like to phone them? Because they might think I'm walking it off. With the young ones, that's what they do. So I said, would you like to phone them? She said, no, you could phone them. I said, look, you give the reasons why I'm unable to turn up. So she phoned them and told them. So there was only waiting until when I turned up the following week to ask me, and if I didn't turn up, then they were going to go back to social services because they have never stopped. There was nothing happen. Just for said somebody's off ill, they didn't have enough staff to carry, and then you'd have to compromise and go in. And they've never done it with nobody else. But she just didn't want me. There was a lot of pulling back in it. And when I'm supposed to go on some courses, because I'm a member of the 50 plus, I'm a member of all sorts of things I do in my own time. In the meantime, because I work nights, so I can punctuate, do my things. But you never get off there until I was bailed out from a good Samaritan. Another one of the Section 11 posts, I was bailed out, and I applied and I passed the interview, and they don't see why I shouldn't go attend the course. So they have no reason why I shouldn't have attended the course. And even when I was supposed to leave to attend the course, there was a setback there. They didn't give the other person a good, you know. So when I've been on the course and the Section 11, yes, it was a Section 11 post, that bails me out. And from there, I move
But
on.
just on that point, Mrs. Lawrence, thank God for Section 11 that it bailed you out.
Yeah.
To do the course. But how did you cope with that level of being treated differently and cope within the organisation and your family? How did you cope?
I'm a bit bittered, but I just go to work and do my work. It was on the other time, then I had to, because they had to go back to them to get into social services. So there's nothing she could do there about it, but it was a complicated thing going on because it was college, get onto social services, because they have seen so many people just started working there from all walks of life. And why isn't I got the opportunity to come? So they decide now, if it does happen again, they was going to take action about it. So after I finished the course, where I think it was a year, and then when I was bailed out from the Section 11 post, I didn't go back to work when I finished. In the meantime, my manager was very fair, and then I attend all courses that I should have. Once I come out that place and go other places, all courses that's going, when my turn comes, I was there. And I was involved in everything when my turn comes, because people has to go in turns to attend meetings and things like that. When my turn comes, I was there. And I found I'll get on very well. And when time comes, then I went all over again, different place, but my service still counted, different places. And then I just end up staying longer at one places. And then I got on with most people, really. And, but one person made it, my life, very miserable when I was working in the home, because I'm a rep for GMB, and she comes on as a rep for Newpie, I think. And it was like that, because she was inviting people not to go into my union. And that was causing, she was a bit of bully.
Right. So bullying came into it because of the clash of different unions and.
Yeah. Well, she just started working. Yeah, she was just start working there, but she was acting for somebody else because there wasn't a new rep there. So I did it. And then I've been, even when I was supposed to go on my union course, there was a bit of bothered, but they couldn't hold me back. I had to go compulsory. Yeah. She didn't like it. And one day I was at a meeting, JCC meeting, and there was a lot of things happening in other homes and things. And they turned to me one day and said, "Oh, Carmen, you work in homes." what do you do, such and such a thing? I says, no, because people are complaining that some homes, they get them up from how much o'clock? I says, we don't get them up for how much o'clock? I said, we started at 6 o'clock, started out, wash and change and do normal things, and then foods to be fed and things like that, with a cup of tea and things like that. And then from there, we do other work before we get off, finish the 7:30. And then I said, we don't do that at our place. And only because I was there and they asked me as one of the night staff. And this person went back to the unit and said, oh, Carmen has reported the home. And she even said at the meeting that somebody, one night staff, and they asked who it was, refused to do a job. So I went to the pre-meeting one day, not the big meeting, and there was the minutes read out, and my colleague them said, we're in our group, oh, sorry, Carmen, when they read certain things out. Sorry, Carmen, they looked at me. So I didn't know anything about it because I was off, and the other 2 nights, my mate, she and somebody from the other night staff, they were covering that night at the time. And it was them on, and there was something to be done. And then, well, they said they're not doing it. And I didn't know anything about it. So I investigate about it further because your name got to be in the minute. And I seek up about it. I wasn't even there, not me, but because that person, she just have that stick there for me, and she makes my life miserable. And the account of that, it goes round at one stage. They wouldn't ask me, just let me come into work. I wasn't asked, they mustn't ask me to do anything extra, just let me work. That was what happening. Goes in one night and somebody was off from another shift. And I said, well, and it was only one night to cover. So I said, oh, I'll cover it then. There's only one night to cover on the other shift. I said, I'll do it because it's easier for we to cover it on the other shift more than to pull somebody off from the day staff. And a person says to me inside the office, this other lady, oh, you won't be able to do it. So I thought, I'm here all this time and she's coming to tell me you weren't able to do it. She knew what was said when I wasn't there. And when we finished the report, I went out in the kitchen and setting up teapots for tomorrow morning. And then she came out back and she felt guilty and she says to me, oh, you know, the reason why I said we couldn't do it, because they said not to ask to do any extra and let you come in and just do a normal duty. I said, is that so? And I noticed that, and what they done to me is like just slighting you. I do my report, I carry on as before what I'm doing, but there's racism there. I took her down already. She didn't attend the meeting and I was fully represented. This person even come up to fight me one morning. I'm at work all night. Come up the morning, she comes in on duty and she came up to me and my mate was there who we work all night, and she did when we goes in office, and they did nothing against it. Nothing against it.
So
when I went,
sorry, Mrs. Lawrence.
When I went down, it was her got the message wrong and said I come in and come and reported the home. I did not. I only said, I don't know what's happening in the other home. When you're here, you can't prove it. We know what we does. And I'm working there on my own with 37 residents all night until when the problem started and I got the union involved. And I put one down there and she gone about her business and I want the door to leave open all night and I have to round the building. And then when she came one night, I was there listening for when she comes, I go and open it and she kick off and live in your own place and comes here, you got to knock and ring and what of it there. So I wasn't having what she was saying to me. So I put her down there for discrimination. That's what the clause was for. But I've learned a lot. There's a lot of discrimination is in the council. And you're right, if it doesn't have the right person who you speak the truth to and believe in you and know that you work, you get down the drain, you get off that drive quicker because one thing goes to the other. When I started to work with them, there wasn't much Black people working with them. And the only reason why I got it, because I was working at another edge. And the children are much younger. They weren't taking if you got small children at you. But there's a lot of racism. They deprive you. I was even deprived from the supervision.
Dalchik, can I just draw your attention to the time, please?
Yeah, thank you. Mrs. Lawrence, you just shared a really powerful but painful journey with us in terms of the way you were treated, miscommunication about you having to evidence and watch out. Well, I'm going to say, watch over your back all the time because of what was going on within the council. But I'm just going to park it there. I'm going to go back to Zatoon and then ask you both one final question together. Zatoon, going back to the point you made around age and race as being key factors with regards to discrimination. Do you want to elaborate a bit more on that to us in terms of what's, again, why do you feel like that? And it comes back to recruitment and selection again, doesn't it? So if you could just talk a little bit about that to us, please.
It's basically the profile of people they tend to go for, certain teams, and that profile age, it tends to be like the 30s, mid 30s, below 40 sort of thing, and generally white. And that's why I say age. And also because of my age, I recognize I'm getting older, and as an older woman and being Black as well, you go into an interview, people look at you differently. They will think differently of you. If they've just had a person who's in their 30s, a white person before you in an interview panel, and you walk in, you are going to be treated differently. So, and I believe I am because of my age, especially, the interviews over the last couple of years, yeah.
But with regards to the recruitment and selection process, they've been reviewing this as long as I can remember.
Me too, yeah.
Council. So are you telling me it's got worse? It's not getting any better, so from a process point of view?
Yeah, HR do their bit. Everybody does their bit. It's there, the objectives, everything. None of it, very little of it, I should say, really gets translated into actions, and there's no accountability as well. Nobody checks this, I feel, and if they did check it, why don't they make people accountable and ask them why did you employ another person when you've got 6 white people doing that job? Why did you do that? Nobody questions, and the figures. Can I just ask you, have you had the updated figures as well as to how the numbers have changed in my portfolio?
I'm not sure, Chair, have we got those? I think we probably will have somewhere, but if not...
Bashir has them. Bashir has them. There's actually been a drop of 3 numbers. There was 23 BAME females on grade 7 and above in September last year. There's now... there was 26, there's now 23. There's actually a drop, and there's been an increase in the white females on that grade by 15 people, 15 white females. And you think, really, if people really wanted to make those changes, they would do. And I bet it begs the question, is Sheffield City Council in breach of the public sector equality duty? I don't know. I mean, it's 15.6% of BAME people within the organisation, irrespective of grade. But certainly when you start breaking those figures down and look at the grading, you will see a high percentage in grade 5, and that's the ceiling, and up above there's less. I mean, there's only 300.
That's
I know you've got the figures.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
thank
do
you.
have those. We do have those
Right.
figures, and we
Sorry.
know that
Okay.
at grades 1 to 5, BAME, the category BAME is something like 17.4%, and then going up through to chief officer level, it's 7.4%. So there is a you know a pyramid type. If you imagine a pyramid type illustration, you can see that you're going from 17.4 to 7.4 at the upper levels.
But can I just ask, what is anybody doing about this? Yes, we've got a new chief executive, messages are coming out to us. We've got the BAME Space Allies meeting, we've got the Staff Equality Commission. You know, we know we're failing on all this, but still no changes are happening. You know, and where they are happening, you're still seeing an increase in these figures. So really, it begs the question: what this inquiry? How powerful is this, you know, report going to be at the end, and what implementation are they going to do? Because it seems like Sheffield City Council seem to be exempt from public sector equality duty, or certainly in practice, that's how it appears. We may work with our communities very well and engage with them and
Well,
make those changes. But in terms of staffing,
yeah, you've made a key point there too.
sorry.
I'm going to say to you, well, they're not. I agree, it's a big issue with you, but it's what we do as a city about things like this. What do we do in terms of holding the public sector accountable across the spectrum in line with the duty of equalities and the public sector duties wider? So it's about, well, what are we doing as a city, but what are we doing as a council as well? So I'm going to open another, so I'm conscious of time, the chair's going to tell me off for going over time. So I want to ask you and Mrs. Lawrence the same question, because both of you have shared painful journeys in parallel to do with training and development, lack of access to opportunities, having to do things in your own time to develop yourself. So can you now just, I'm going to open it up and ask you both, Council to tune for you and Mrs. Lawrence, care sector, do you think racism has got worse?
For me, I think there is underlying racism within our organisation, and it's demonstrated, and it is getting worse, and it's demonstrated through recruitment, and it's worse. It's really come to light now, yeah, because society is changing and we're not. The organisation isn't, and if SCC can't change, you know, how are we asking the private sector to change and implement these changes? You know, we should be the leaders in this.
Okay, Mrs. Lawrence?
Yeah.
Same question. Do you think it's got worse, racism?
Same question.
Same question.
You know, about racism.
In the Sheffield Council, do you think it's got worse or better?
What is it?
Do you think it's got worse or better?
Racism.
Racism.
Racism. In some, it's still there with some of the folks. It's still there. And it's very hard to tell. Very hard. You know, you must experience things in it really. You know, because you got to have to prove them. But one like me, I know when the racism is there. But even when the younger ones, then it's hard. It's as an adult, it's very hard because you got to have proof for them. And sometimes it's not even the racism thing, but they just decide, as one said, you see them in all them in here. Not one of them not going to get any further. I've been through all that. You see.
So what would you, Mrs. Lawrence, advise the next generation in the council that may be, well, they are, like Satoon's experiencing different kinds of isms. What recommendations or tips would you give to the next generation that we would encourage to apply for jobs in the council?
Well, I think there needs an equal opportunity. And you got to explain and suggest things to them there. Because in my working time, I'm 80 now, and I've met some good people fair working in the council. And not all that bad, but you got some there. And some of them, why do you think I didn't go back to the home where I used to work when I did that Section 11 post? Somebody seen the potential with me there. And I was bailed out of it. And all when people see me, when you're coming back to work, I said, when they finish with me. And I was sent to different posts because I've always got on with people.
But that's powerful in itself, that you've got on with people. You did things off your own back in terms of training and development. You didn't give up. And that's quite powerful in itself. And I like the language you use. You were bailed out. Your potential was seen. Had it not, you would have been in that awful predicament for a long time. So, Toon, I'm going to ask you the question now. You said...
sorry, Delgy. This is going to have to be a very short question with a very brief response.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So, Toon, you said earlier on, what are we going to do about it? What can you do about it, or what can we do? Because you sound quite passionate but frustrated as well. What, just on your experience so far in the council, what would you suggest should be done, or what should we do as a commission?
Agreement and fairness. That's all we need is fairness. Get the right people to deliver the message. We need fairness. Fairness is all about it.
We really need to look at ourselves as an organisation and make these changes immediately. And if it's about positive action, then that's what needs to be done, because we are not mirroring our communities at all in our workforce. You know, they've got a very unhappy Black BAME workforce. Everybody says the same thing. We've got some really good messages out there, some really good strong statements, you know, that come from the chief executive, but in practice this is still happening, and I've not seen any changes, and my figures just kind of prove that. And we need to change. We need to change our culture in the organisation as well. You know, the culture is wrong. You know, I've just moved sections, and the culture in this new section is different already, and I'm feeling better about myself being in there. So, but the overall culture needs to be changed, and the figures, they really need to look at these figures and make those instant changes.
That's something that our commission could look at, is recommendations about culture, positive action, which used to work very well. For the 20 odd years that I was there running it, it worked quite well. So thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for that. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Zatoun and Mrs. Lawrence. We really appreciate you taking the time and for sharing so openly with us your experience, and it's our intention to take your experiences and the experiences of others, with all of the other evidence and documentary materials, to write a report that you will hopefully see as meaningful and impactful. So please, if you can stay in dialogue with us, that would be great. And please be open to us coming back to you if we need any clarification as well.
Thank you. My 31 years, very much experience. The half has never been told there.
And that needs to be told with the next generations, Mrs. Lawrence. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, thanks to both of you. We have to draw this session to a close. David, Mike, hello.
Hi, Kevin. You all right?
Yes, good to see you, David, and welcome. And Mike, it's good to see you this side of the camera.
Hi.
This morning. Thank you both for coming. Before some has in our secretariat, so I'm just going to hand you over to Adele, and over to you, Adele.
Good morning. I'm going to just take you through a little bit of context of the commission before we begin. So the commission, as you know, is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of race inequality and racism in Sheffield. The Commission was established to focus on 6 key areas: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today's day 1 of the business and employment. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report produced with action that will go to key stakeholders in Sheffield. The Commission has invited you as witnesses today to share your insights into the key areas of the terms of reference of the Race Equality Commission. And these cover the following 5 areas. Your knowledge and experience of racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which you think may be of benefit to the Commission. Knowledge of your own or other race-related equality frameworks or duties. Any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector. Any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and also what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism or racial inequality within the city. By appearing as witnesses here today, we are assuming that you are acting in good faith. For those in attendance, please note that this hearing is being recorded and will be available afterwards. Only commissioners will be able to ask questions, but any papers and non-confidential evidence that you've put forward will be available on the Commission's website afterwards. Please note for everyone, can you wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking? And can commissioners and any invited guests please introduce yourself before speaking? Can any commissioners please use the chat function if you want to ask a question and send it to me directly, and then I'll send it on to the chair. And now I'd like to hand you back to Professor Kevin Hilton, the independent chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele, and welcome again to Mike and David. I am independent chair of the Sheffield Race Equality Commission, and I'm joined by commissioners who you will see on your screen. Before I invite my colleague to explore a few issues with both of you, I wonder if you could both just briefly take a few minutes to introduce yourself and to offer us some of the highlights. So I'm getting a bit of an echo. So who doesn't have their mute on? Okay, let's try again. Okay, so if you could just say a few words about yourself and any evidence that you have submitted, just touch upon the highlights, and then we'll start to explore some of your experiences of business and being entrepreneurs in Sheffield. So if we can start with Mike, and then David, I'll turn to you.
Hi, Kevin and all the panelists and everybody. My background experience, born and raised in Sheffield, although for most of my adult life, I moved to London. One of the reasons why I moved to London is because at an early age, I got a lot of relatives in London, and identified that for people from the Black communities, there seemed to be more opportunities down there. I remember starting off in Sheffield, going to Stanton College, or various colleges, and even going back to the time when I was at school. And I remember going to see a careers advisor. And at the time, when I was telling them about what my aspirations were, they were kind of like dumbed down a lot of the times. And also I experienced lots of racism, and you've already heard from my mum. And it's good that I had my mum in the background to give me her wisdom and encouragement. And she always said to me at the time, go to college, get an education, because whatever you learn, at least you're not going to be able to take that out of your head, and whatever you have to go through in life, that's going to then be able to take that away. So I went down to to London, and and I was there for many years. And I only came back to Sheffield and set up my own sort of business in Sheffield. But it's fascinating coming back to Sheffield and see friends, relatives, and people who work within the sort of communities, and they don't seem to have moved on. They seem to, in actual fact, have actually gone back. And you know, I think it was last week, my daughter, who works on a radio station in London, she was actually interviewing my mum in relation to Windrush. And she asked her a question: what was it like when you first came over to the UK? And she was asking her about food and music and, you know, and culture and everything. But there's one thing that actually stuck out for me, and it's something that she'd never shared with me. And she was saying to me that when she was actually in London, when she moved to Sheffield, you know, she experienced more racism in Sheffield than she did when she was actually in London. And that was obviously in the 60s.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember doing a social history. I was asked to do a social history guest lecture at a local university, and so I actually brought my mum in and did a similar thing where she was talking about her coming to this country, moving to London, a bit like your mum actually when I think about it, coming to London, starting a family, then coming to Leeds. So it was a story of diaspora, gender, class, you know, race. It was absolutely fantastic, but also sobering at the same time. Thanks, Mike. We'll come back to you in a sec. David, could you say a bit about yourself and introduce yourself and give us some of the highlights of your submission?
Yeah, thanks, Professor Kevin. Yeah, my name is David Campbell. I was born and raised in the Burngrave area of Sheffield. I've lived in Sheffield all my life. I've seen lots of things, and you know, I'm really glad this commission is on, because my experience of Sheffield in particular, I've travelled and worked all over the country. My experience of Sheffield is very racist. It's very covertly racist, and I will not deny that. So my experience is, I left school at 19 and got a job, as you've seen in the evidence, as a sales guy working for a company, which is very rare in those days, 1979, for a black guy to represent a company. Now, the interview that I had was, you know, they didn't give me a car because I was a black guy, they said. And that was not my first instance of racism, because I'd played sports all my life. So I understood racism very, very well. I understood how it worked. But that was a real in-your-face kind of moment, you know. But I did the job, got the car in the end, and traveled extensively. Now, I have always been trying since 1980 to procure business from Sheffield City Council. As a novice young man, I thought, well, I'm so young, that's not going to work. I went to college, did my business studies course at Sheffield University, traveled all around the country after, you know, many years. And I kept going back to the council and kept going back with all the experience I have had. I've been in business now, and we still run a very successful business, 35 years. You try and get through those white walls, it's nearly almost impossible. Yeah. And I'm talking about not just the council, I'm talking about the NHS, I'm talking about universities. I've worked in universities, I've advocated for them, I've mentored kids, I've took them to schools, I've done all the stuff that you'd expect somebody from a community. And I'm very into my community, and I want them to see them progress. And what I found is this, we call it the snowy white peaks, you know, and it's everywhere. So as much as I'm successful outside of the council and all that kind of thing, I still very much care about the people in those institutions and the struggles and the hurdles that they go through. So I'm here to give evidence, basically, to tell you about my journey. And I've been inside some of those walls. It's very lonely. You're on your own. And so I'm just a survivor of, you know, not just my own business. I've done that quite well, but it's here to tell the tale of how it looks from the outside. You know, I'm so pleased I'm not inside it, trying to battle like some of the people I've heard over the months. But you know, I just want to tell a bit more detail of my journey, to be honest with you. You know, yes. That's all. So okay.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Mike. I'd like to introduce you to my colleague Malcolm. Malcolm, could you introduce yourself before asking your first question, please?
Hi, David and Mike. I know David.
Hi,
I've
yes,
met Mike before. My name is Malcolm Cumberbatch for you, and I'm a commissioner on the Race Equality Commission. In my life, I've done a lot of things in communities and keep working for communities. That's why I'm sat here. I've been a civil servant and an academic. Those are the two things I've done all my life, and an activist, community development and engagement. So I'm here. I've seen your evidence, both of you, and we just want to follow that and get some questions from it to go a bit deeper than you may think for all the people assembled here. So I'm going to ask you first, David. What was your early experience? I know you've just talked about it, but I want to go a bit deeper. What sort of pressures did you have trying to start your business in Sheffield?
Well, thanks, Malcolm. The first thing was really that the first interview I had in 1979 in Sheffield, when I went for a job, and the guy said to me basically, look, we'll give you a job, but we can't give you a car, Yeah, I'm representing the company, but everybody in the company had a company car. That's why you represent your company, travel around with a car. But I didn't get one. And when I asked why, it was because he said blatantly, I'm very grateful for him to say it very openly, look, we've never employed a black guy before. We want to see how you get on. Imagine getting to the starting block of a job 20 yards behind everyone else with your leg tied up. Yeah, that's how I started, So because I played sports, I understood what racism looked like. So I just said, no problem, I'll get on with it. And obviously, I'm of a certain disposition, so you just kind of battle through stuff. So you get the job, you work hard, you become, over the 7 years, you become the area manager, running a team of people. But for me, that was not enough. I had a great job, I had a fantastic job with a great salary, but I walked away from all of that because I wanted total freedom. The freedom to be in control of my own destiny was the truth of the matter. I was a big reader of Bob Marley and all sorts of things back in those days. So I understood about destiny and controlling it. And I didn't want over the years anybody to stand in my way. So I approached the council many times, initially Stanford Road, where they've got their central stores. So I would turn up in central stores at Stanford Road and they'd look at me like I had three heads, is the truth, So I thought I needed more experience. I needed to do more. I went back to university, blah, blah, blah. I was an A-level student, so I knew about work and study and did all those things, but I could see this wall in front of me. I, like Mike, traveled to London. In my journey, I went all over London. When I decided to start my business, for a start, sorry, Mike, to come back to Malcolm, to come back to the question, I went to the bank for a loan. The bank manager said I couldn't have the loan. £3,000 it was. He wanted me to do a cash flow projection. Remember, I'm a 7-year experienced sales guy who knew figures. I'm a student, so I know how to do cash flow projections. When I took it back to him within a day, he said, who's done this? And he refused to believe me. And I said to him, look, if you don't give me the money, my brother, who was a football player at the time, my parents banked at the Lloyds, NatWest Bank, TSB Bank. I said, I will get them to close their accounts, if you don't give me the money. That's me threatening a bank manager in 1986. So right. he gave me the money and off I went. I got the money, £3,000, and off I went. I was working from my garage because I had the customers. I knew they would come with me, and I knew how to run a business in terms of finance. So off I went. That's how I started.
Okay, David. So those two things,
yeah,
no car, all your colleagues got cars.
Yeah.
And no bank loan because it doesn't believe you. How did that affect you personally?
Well, to be honest with you, Malcolm, when you've played sports like I had done since 8 years old, you understood that you had different challenges to everyone else. Our parents told us all the time from day one, look, you got to work harder. You got to work harder than the average person, the white guy or whatever. That's all we got drilled into that from a very young age. So this year was just another challenge to me. It was nothing different. And so I asked my other colleagues, did they have these issues? No, they don't have these issues. I still have many friends today from all backgrounds. Did they have these issues? Of course they don't, because why would they? And so that's how you start. Did it affect me? I'm a positive person, and I believe that it's the only way it can be. Although I do recognize that not everybody shares that positivity, and you can get despondent. It's easy to be despondent, but I like to look at the glass half full.
Right. So I'm going to bring Mike in a minute, but this one about the police taking a special interest in you when you had the car and you were going around.
And that's me. All right.
Yeah. So
that was a normal thing. That was a normal thing.
What also did that do? Because your colleagues weren't being followed.
To be honest with you, I'm a young black guy in the 80s with brand new cars, BMWs and Capris. The company was a very wealthy company. I didn't know at the time how wealthy they were. They were a well-off company, and they took a chance on me, thankfully, and I appreciate it very much. And so I was given these beautiful cars to drive at my choice sometimes. But obviously that draws attention to you, because obviously in those days, a young black guy from Burngreave, essentially, that's where I'm from, and they're driving around with the brand new BMWs, that raises suspicion. So I would get stopped on a regular basis. I mean, a very regular basis. And they would open the boot of the car. They would ask me what I was doing, who it was. And so what happened was, obviously at that time, there's no email or anything. You have to get your documents from head office. So I would phone my boss up and say, look, I need the documents. He would send them down to me. I'd go to the Westbar police station. I'd produce, and I'd send them back. Then this would repeat itself over and over again, until one day my boss, he told me what happened. He got in touch with some guy at the police station and said, look, stop harassing this guy. He works for us. So would you believe, for a few years, I never got stopped again. And when I did get stopped, it was on Carlisle Street going home one night with my wife, and the policeman looked in the car and said, oh, sorry, Dave, sorry to bother you. I mean, they got that nervous of bothering me that they just recognized me. So these are the stuff what you go through over and above. Business is tough enough sometimes, but these are the things you go through over and above what any other person goes through. And I think it's out there. It needs to be out there, because obviously it still happens today in different forms. And I just want to, I want to highlight these kind of things, to be honest with you. I've repeated this story in my head 1 million times over the years, so it's kind of normal stuff to me.
Yeah, that's Mike. That sort of experience, do you come across that those hurdles? What sort of things?
And before Mike answers, can I just ask you, Mike, to just say a bit about growing up in Sheffield, and also could you just share with the commissioners your experience of getting Saturday work in the city?
Yes.
Yeah, no, thank you. My experiences in growing up in Sheffield was tough. I think it can allude to a lot of what David said, similar sort of age and sort of backgrounds. It was tough because, going to school and you just want to just be treated equally like everybody else. Do you, get the qualifications, and then you start getting going for work, and getting paper rounds was relatively, it wasn't too bad getting sort of like your paper rounds. You could be trusted not to, that much, and so I was fortunate to get that, to earn a little bit of money to, to get some nice clothes and everything because of that work ethic. And I think what you I remember, and then you started to get sort of like jobs, sort of like getting jobs. And I think the one that comes to mind in particular was a men's, I think it was a men's shop, which I think was on Fargate, Fargate, top of Fargate on the left hand side. And I remember going, I went with a colleague of mine, school friend, and he was an English guy. And he went in, and we both heard about the job, and this was a Saturday job. We both heard about the job. So he went in first. It wasn't planned that way, I have to say. It just happened that he probably felt more confident. And so he went in first, and he came out of there having this sort of like the interview. I think his interview was only about 5-10 minutes or so. And he was very excited because he got the job. He told me there's another job. He said that there's more people that's required. So I went in afterwards, spoke to the same person that he spoke to, asked him by name, said, yeah, said, there's come for a Saturday job. And he said to me, if I can remember correctly, there's no jobs. It's all been taken. There's no jobs there. I says, well, you just spoken to a colleague of mine, and he said you still got some vacancies, and there wasn't that much time between the two of us going in. So I said, sorry, he must have got it wrong. He must have got it wrong. So, that was, and it's tough. It's tough back then when you're young, because you just want to get out there, earn some money, and start making your way in life.
At the time, what was your feeling?
Yeah, my feeling was it's just been, again, I think that it's at that time as well, and over those years, you're seeing it more and more. You don't want to believe it. That there's racism there, because I think I only probably discovered racism probably when I was latter years of school. And I remember coming home one day and I was crying because somebody called me a racist name, and I came home crying or something. And my mum, I says, what's all this about? What is all this about? And she then had to console me and consoled me and said, look, you have to just get on with it, do well at school, and get a college, get an education, and get a trade. But if it wasn't for that strong will of my mum at that time, and probably wouldn't have got to where I am today.
Yeah, can I switch back? No, thank you for that. To David and yourself. This thing about trying to get finance to start up a business, and being dissed, as it were. What do you think those constraints are placed on people like yourself?
I think there's obviously a perception of us as people, Black people, and money and trust, and whether we're going to be able to succeed. So that's there. But for me, I'd already proven that I understood business. You go to college and get qualified. That's what you do. You understand finance, you understand business. That's what you're supposed to do. And I understood that very well. But for me, it wasn't all, my journey is not about funding, because I became very self-sufficient quite early. My biggest gripe is about procurement and how that system works. I'm sure we'll get onto that. But funding for me was not the issue, because I had a great family support. I had $3,000 to find, which is probably 30 grand today or whatever. Luckily, he eventually gave me the money. So for me, funding was not my biggest issue. It's other things, and procurement and development and that kind of thing. So maybe for Mike, it might have been different. I'm not sure.
We'll come to that. Procurement is one of the things that we're very keen to know about. So, do you like to tell us that, because you said that for all your time in Sheffield and going to the city council, that they've never actually, done business with you.
No, that's correct, Malcolm. I'll take you back a little bit. Obviously, you go away. I worked in London, Manchester, Liverpool, Birmingham, all over the place. Now, when in about 2007, I attended a Chamber of Commerce meeting from a lady in Viceland called Bernadette Grocott, and I saw a guy called Sir Bob Kerslake. And I said to myself, I'm going to go and see this one particular guy myself. So after the meeting, I went and found him and said, Bob, I'd like you to come and see my business. And he said, he turned up to my business 3-4 months later after making arrangements. And I'd built this business with its own business center, employing 50 people. And he said to me, how have you done this? And I said, I did it on my own with no funding, no help from anyone. I did it because we are good at our job. We sell products and we make a profit every single year. He invited me onto the Leggy board and all that kind of LEP board and all that kind of stuff. So I was at the top table in Sheffield City Council in the partnership board. So I couldn't have got any higher. I was sat down with Sir Bob Kerslake, Paul Scriven, and all those people. Now, I was even on the procurement team. I was even on the procurement team, helping them with their policies, you know. But when it came to my turn, you know, to get a fraction of something, no chance, absolutely zero. But all around me, I was watching people, and we're talking about millions of pounds here, Leggy money, 24 million, Burngreave New Deal, 50 million. I'm watching these figures flow through the meetings, and I'm watching them get this money on behalf of our community, and I'm seeing literally zero. And I knew from my experience that other people like me from my background were getting very little or nothing, you know, and I watched them carve up the money in ways you can't even imagine. Yeah. So this is my idea of Sheffield City Council, you know, funding. And I looked at the beginning, I did not even know what Leggy meant. I asked the question, what does it mean? Local Enterprise Growth Initiative, money for deprived communities. Do you know where that money ended up? All over Sheffield, in places like Dore and Tapton and all these places. They're not deprived. I'm sorry, but they're not deprived. I live close by. They're not deprived. These are the things that we have to kind of get through. And it's that, and by the way, that was 12 years ago, 13 years ago. The same thing's happening very much now. I've no doubts. I have no doubt whatsoever. I can phone procurement now in a pandemic. By the way, I sell hygiene and cleaning products all over the country. I can phone procurement up now, the head of procurement, which I did do a few months ago. Do you know what he said? We don't even know who you are. In a pandemic, yes, right? I mean, we don't even, I said, I sat on your board.
Yeah, Mike,
Sorry.
That's all right. I'm coming back to you. I'm coming back to you. Mike, have you got anything to add to this?
Yeah, no, it's the only thing I would probably add is probably just going back to, you know, the early days in Sheffield, at school and careers and all around there. There was just this lack of, it's like the society at the time had my path laid out for me, which wasn't the path that I actually wanted. And so therefore I knew that in order to go with what I'm more passionate about, because I kind of, it took me a long time to get onto that path. It took me ages to get to where I am now, you know, and in my own sort of like business. But back then there was not the, you know, in terms of the education side of things and the career support and all around there, it wasn't the case of, you know, finding out what your passionate is, asking questions around that. It was more or less because of who you are, you're going to be at the back of the queue. You're not going to be taken care of. And so for me, it was a case of, if I was to, for me, it wasn't, I don't want that. I'm not going to take that. And so I moved in a direction which felt better for me, you know, over a period of time.
Thanks for that. I'm coming back now to Dave, and obviously you can chip in as well. I mean, you actually touched on one of the questions I was going to ask you before. So there you are on mixing with all these people, and there's Leggy going about, ERDF, single regeneration budget. There's all sorts of this money coming to Sheffield in the name of deprived, marginalized peoples. That's what the bids are for. And
That's right.
you're saying that you're not getting any. So what are the real decisions here? How do what do you do
Well,
as a businessman?
well, the first thing the council have to do first of all is stop passing the parcel. What they do is typically they send you to one person, then he sends you to another person, and before you know it, you've gone to 7 different people, and you end back up at the same person you started with. That's how they play this game. By the way, it is a game as well. What do I do? Remember, I'm resourceful. So because I'm not in the council, I'm self-sufficient. I get on with business, as it were, and try and carry on. But niggling me always is why not? Not especially when I see other similar companies like myself getting business from Sheffield City Council and others, And when I ask the question, why have they got business and I have not? And I ask that question directly, and I do ask the question. And they say, oh, they fell through the cracks, or they must be some maverick organization. No, it's not that. What it is they have got friends in high places. Yeah. As we're seeing in central government, they know to go to, they play golf, they go drinking together, they do all those things together. Well, that, as far as I'm concerned, should not, I know it happens, of course I know it happens, but that should not be the reason why you exclude someone like me and others like me from doing business with the council. That should not be the reason.
Right. So both of you have mentioned in your submissions about fair systems and equal access. Now, can you sort of describe what you're talking about there? That we need fair systems set up and equal access. Can you
Mike, do you want to go? Do you want to go, Mike? Because I'll talk for England.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Yeah, going. Yeah, yeah. I think it's self-explanatory. I think that we've seen a lot over the last year or so. Black Lives Matter, and also with the George Floyd situation, and you hear, the likes of the West Indian cricketer. What's his name? Michael Holding talk about, and I share what he thought. It's the education piece, the education around opportunities for people from this sort of those communities and backgrounds, and to have those sort of role models, because a lot of the stereotypical type of people that are put forward aren't, say, business people, aren't, say, people who've done, succeeded, people who are working in the systems and come throughout it to be able to tell their sort of stories. And so people, we just want, say, a fair, that equal opportunity, that fair crack of the whip, so that you can get on in life, and like with, and do your piece within the community, and also for the wider good as well.
Okay.
Yeah. What do I want? I want a system that's fair, that's honest, that's transparent, that recognizes the journey of someone like me and Mike and others, the journey that's starting from behind, caught up, surpassed in many ways, and yet we are still treated completely differently than other communities. Okay, so that's the first thing I'd like to see. I think for all the money that comes into Sheffield on our behalf, I'd like to see what percentage of these monies goes to Black ethnic minority businesses, right? I want to see a list. I want to see what percentage goes to us, because I can guarantee you very little of this money translates down to people in SME businesses and the like. What you find, they end up with Yorkshire Forward. These are names I remember from the past, by the way. Yes. Business Link, Creative Sheffield, you name it. There's a list of about 20 organizations who understand processes, who understand exactly what to do with money that belongs to us, right? They know how to carve it up. They top slice all the money. I mean, top slicing is very easy to do. They co-opt people in from outside the area. Burngreave New Deal was classic. Burngreave New Deal was £50 million of money for our community. Okay, Burngreave, the name, it says it on the tin. You know, they spent £6 million at Sorby House, £4 million at Vestry Hall, £4 million at Forum House. And to this day, when I look around, who came and organised all, there were none of our community. There was very few of our people from our community who were qualified to do that. No, what they do, they bring people in from, I don't know, Dore and Topley, let's say, for want of whatever, or where. And this is what the problem is. It's like this very condescending attitude of we can't do things, you know. So I've seen all this. I've seen all the saws. I've seen all the manor and whatever it is called. I've seen them all, and they take the money, and our communities do not get their fair share of what belongs to us. When you consider that our people came to this country in the 50s and 60s and helped to build the place, right?
Sure.
Right?
Okay.
And yet here we are. I can go round to my old street in Burngreave, and I go there regularly. They've not spent a penny, not one penny.
So I can see you're passionate. I mean, when you said the stores and you mean these anchor organizations that
I've seen them all. Right, I know them all.
Right. Let me throw another one at you. You know, you said you've been down to the Chamber of Commerce and you mix with these people. Have the Chamber of Commerce ever invited you to a trade delegation?
What? Who, me?
A trade delegation.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding?
I'm just asking questions.
I know, Mike. Sorry, Malcolm. I know the previous Chamber of Commerce leader, Nigel Thomas. I don't want to mention names, but I do know him. I know the current one very well. He rents a place. He used to rent a place from me. I know most of these guys. Normally, guys. I know most of them. I've been in the city for a long time, so I know what they do and what they don't do. No, why would they invite me? Because I'm going to ask the awkward questions, so they're not going to invite me. So they stay away from people like me.
Because procurement and business is had by that means. Like you go somewhere with it and they introduce you to different businesses. So
yeah, no, I've never been invited anywhere like that, Malcolm. Sorry, would I go? Of course I would go. If I felt I was getting the same old, then I would probably think I'd work it out in about 5 minutes and say, not for me. I've got business to run.
So, Mike, do you?
Yeah.
Have you been invited?
Yeah, I invite myself. So I'm actually proactive within the Chamber of Commerce, but not the Sheffield Chamber of Commerce, but another one called the Barnes and Rotherham Chamber of Commerce. And that was mainly because when I set up my business within Sheffield, they just seemed to provide more support for smaller businesses and one-man bands and everything. And then because I'm into the mental health and well-being side of the business, the way to move my business forward was to put myself out there, because as we've seen already, things aren't going to come to you, they have to go to it. And so it wasn't, so there's lots of networking and lots of discussions and meetings and everything, to the point where I think it might have been early this year or the back end of last year, I was nominated as the chair of the Health and Wellbeing Forum, only because of that persistence of, and also the opportunities for people and businesses, especially, in terms of what we're going through there as well. But that's only through that progression of where I've come from to where I am now, in terms of knowing that in order to make things happen for myself, I've got to make it happen, because it's not going to come to me.
Can I ask you both the same questions? What about support business from business in the community? the organization called Business in the Community. If you come
No,
into contact,
I've never heard of them, is the truth.
okay.
Business in the community.
Business in the community. I mean, they're all over. They're big in Sheffield and not in York.
Are they?
Yeah.
No,
Sort of,
not heard of it.
I think, Malcolm, sorry, I think one of the problems we have is this, in terms of, like I said, I've never heard of them, neither has Mike, that we're expected all the time to go into these ivory towers, you know, and find them. When they want to find real talent, you know, it's a bit like football. Marcus Rashford doesn't say to Man United, I want to play for you. They go and find him. And so what these guys do is they expect you all the time, in every sphere, by the way, to go and find them. No, you go and find the talent, go in the hard to reach, quote unquote, places that you think are not, which are not really hard to reach because they're about a mile away from you. Go into those places and go and find the talent. There's a dearth of talent in our communities, but they don't want to find the talent because it doesn't suit the narrative. Because why would they? Maybe they'll start to feel uncomfortable because their numbers will start to change, as the lady said before. So I believe it's quite deliberate, yeah. And I believe they know where the talent is. You've got to nurture talent, you've got to recognize it, you've got to mentor it, you've got to support it. And that's the hard graft they don't really want to do. So like Mike and like me and like others, you think, because you don't want to do it, let's go and do our own thing. And most of these young kids coming up, most of them recognize this. They can see it very plainly. And they don't want to do the 40 years of getting nowhere. They want to start their own businesses. So that's where the support should be for people who can help these young people build businesses, nurture businesses. That's where our community's interest really lies. It's not in grade 5 positions. They don't want grade 5 positions. They want to be free and look after their own destiny and their own families in the way they want to look after it. And this is what's missing from our communities. Go on, sorry.
No. So now there's a common sort of thread in a way. I mean, Mike, you say that you know, having gone away in the 80s and come back, that things are still the same, and there's this view about it doesn't matter how long you go away, when you come back, things are either still the same or seem to be a bit worse. So, and you say mental health and family life is compromised by this. So, I mean, can you explain a bit more, guys, what you mean by this mental health and family life being really destroyed in that way?
Yeah, well, I think that if you're being told all the time, you know, you're not good enough, you're not worthy, if you've, you know, repeatedly gone for jobs and been knocked back, if you've been, you know, go for some housing and it's not available, you know, it'd be council housing, or you've been on the list, so many different things, so many different areas of life. You go for, you know, for a promotion and you know you're best suited for it, and you don't get it. There comes a point when you some people, you know, you either feel suicidal, sometimes you start self-harming, sometimes you drink, and you resort to other, you know, types of behaviors which aren't going to support you, you know, which is going to diminish your mental health. And you know, and you look at a lot of the surveys, you know, whether you believe them or not, that's, you know, written in the articles in terms of mental health for people, you know, in the various, you know, the BAME communities, it seems as being high. And obviously through the pandemic, that's obviously increased as well. So it's natural that, you know, to continue, you know, if you're in that cycle, you know, for that to continue. And it's only that, you know, the likes of myself, David, and a few other, you know, a few other people have broken out of that because they've just found a different way, either through positive, you know, reinforcement, by having sort of like various role models, and just that, you know, that belief. Because on my journey as well, whether it be in Sheffield and further afield, you know, I've been in positions throughout the UK where I've been the only black person in that senior role. And every time that I've been that senior role, in those early years, it's like I'm having to prove myself every day. If I'm taking on another employee, I've got to prove myself. You know, one employer said to me, you know, many years ago, that on the interview, being black and you're a supervisor, how do you think you know the people who are white are going to take that? And that was in, you know, and that was in the 80s.
Right. Okay.
And there's times when I've had to walk out of interviews because of you can just tell, you know, if somebody, you know, isn't on the same page or there's an agenda, you can tell. And over a period of time, I learned to deal with that and not take that as a negative, and I took that as a positive, and use that as additional encouragement to kind of like move on.
Thanks for that. So, David, can you add something to that? This, you know, it seems that what you know, Mike's saying, you've got to be very robust to kind of, you know, get through this.
Is absolutely correct. I remember one time there was a swine flu at the time, 2009. I was working with a council. They said put a tender in. The lady, I put a tender in. One of very few people putting tenders in. We could respond very quickly. And you know, after they kept moving the tender dates and all that kind of stuff. And in the end, we didn't get it. They gave the cleaner material contract, so to speak, to a stationery company. And I then approached the head of the procurement, who I knew, and I said, "What's going on here?" And she said, "Why are you being so aggressive?" And I said, and so this is the normal kind of behavior, normal kind of thing, yeah, that happens when you are passionate, which I am. Obviously, I've nurtured a business since '86, and it's still going, you know. Why would I not be passionate about my business? But what they do very, well, not skillfully, very crudely, just say, "Oh, you're this or you're that." It's very easy. And so I recognize where racism is very quickly. I don't even entertain it. I really, really don't even entertain it. And I'm fortunate. I know that. I recognize that. I don't have to be in spaces where it exists. So I feel completely free. I'm living the life I want to live because I don't have to deal with the BS, as it were, you know?
Right. Okay. Let me answer that, David. Street smart. Tell us more about this, and how do people access it?
Right. Well,
what the benefits are,
street smart really was, obviously you're around business people. I was in London. My friends are all business people in London and around the country. So every day practically, I get asked questions from black people from my community. "Dave, what about this? What about this? What about this?" So I decided years ago to start a small group. It was a small group, manageable group, and I called it Street Smart Business. You know, simply because you don't necessarily need to have gone to university, you've got a master's degree. You're a smart guy, you're smart kids. You just want to know about business. So we started that group. There's a lot of guys in the group, and I've kept it to a number because I've got to manage this thing. This is out of my own pocket. I've got no finance from anywhere else, and I just want to encourage the next generation and to not be able to withstand the hurdles and the challenges that come their way, you know. So that's the group. But I know if I want tomorrow morning with the right support, I could have 100 kids, 100 people, put a program on, a proper program on. So it's just an idea that I had, and I called it Street Smart just to get away from the PhD students who think they've got to be in business. You don't need to be. You need to have common sense and a good work ethic and all the other stuff that you really need, as we all know, you know. So that's Street Smart for you.
Right.
You
So
know,
what are the benefits?
To support them. Yeah. Sorry?
What are the benefits of this
Street Smart?
Yeah.
Well, the benefits of Street Smart, because a lot of the guys in Street Smart, they're budding entrepreneurs. They're not necessarily in business necessarily. They may have jobs, but it's given the confidence to step away from that work. In fact, when I started it, I said, if you guys are still employed, by the time you're 40, I'll have not done my job. Yeah, that's what I said to them. Because as much as employment can be good, it really can, working for other, self-employment done correctly gives you the greatest benefits. because you become the closest version of yourself, because
And
it's
so,
you.
So they're benefiting hugely because it's run by black-led
Yeah.
entrepreneurs.
One last thing, Mike, what I tend to do is bring friends of mine and colleagues of mine who I know to talk to the group. So it's not just me sounding off, it's other guys who I know and say, can you come talk to my group? Every single successful business person wants to pass on their knowledge. So whether, by the way, I've had black, white, Asian, everybody's come and talked to my group. So I don't discriminate on who's talking to who. I bring my friends who are white to talk to my group. I bring my friends. So they're getting a knowledge and a base from everyone. You know, it's important because they need to be able to recognize this business journey.
And they're going on to be successful.
I celebrate when they say they pack their jobs in.
Right. And so
what can we
learn? What can we learn here on the Race Equality Commission from that?
I think that people who look like people, their target audience, as it were, respond better to those people. Now, if you've got a sea of snowy white peaks, white faces, why would, as a young black guy in Burngreave, say, go and listen to that conversation? Because those experiences are completely different. It's like chalk and cheese. So I think they've got to support black-led initiatives, whether they're community-led initiatives or business people, to tell the story, the real story, the honest story, the truthful story, because there are many, many hurdles that are not written in textbooks that you have to overcome. You know, so this idea that they can all go to Poly University or whatever and get a bit, it doesn't work. You have to talk to people on the ground, you know, and that's how it has to be, in my opinion.
So I'm going to ask both of you, what recommendations would you suggest that the Race Equality Commission to prioritize, encourage black, brown, and minoritized ethnic businesses in Sheffield? What should we understand, given your both experiences?
I think there's a series of things. I think one, need to make sure that people within these communities get copies of these reports and to be seen to be taking positive action. Ideally, which is probably a long stretch, is for, you know, the schools, you know, the curriculum needs to be changed. You know, there's cries now for this to be happening last year after, you know, what sort of like went on. So that rather than just having a Black History Month, it should be continuous, so that people can understand and know of whether, you know, what people within the various communities have achieved and actually, you know, have actually done, so that they can actually be, you know, to be sort of like recognised. And also to, you know, look at the various community centres. You know, when my mum was a lot younger and she came over to the UK, there was quite a few community centres. I believe there's only one at the moment in time. And so it's just to raise awareness within these communities for people to go to these places so that they can learn things around financial management, learn about, you know, the sort of career opportunities available for them, in the same way that when you know, from the other communities, whether the Greek communities, Turkish communities, which I'm familiar with, they used to have Saturday schools. I remember going to sort of like a Sunday schools. And so, you know, it's that piece around empowerment, because many times when I managed to go and get my hair cut, a lot of times I might walk, you know, go in there and might have a nice shirt on because I'm coming from work, and we start talking about, you know, and a lot of the narratives around, you know, the things which aren't happening for them. And I might say, you know, and I might talk about a bit of my past and my journey, what I did. And what comes back a lot of the times is, it's all right for you.
Yeah. Okay. David, what?
How long have you got, Mike? Malcolm?
We haven't got long, so.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
I think we've just got just a couple of minutes, Malcolm.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I know the term positive action is legal. So I want to see the council and all these departments and all these public bodies take real, meaningful, positive action. All of this equalities, policies and all that, we are where we are because they're not working. So somebody has to really be bold, you know, and I'm hoping the new chief exec is very, very bold. Yes, she may get criticism, but in order to affect real change, she has to be bold. And that's, and I just question whether, because she has officers under her domain who will not change the status quo. And so for me, I want to see the first public body to stand up and recognize the issues that are really confronting us. Because at the end of the day, Sheffield is the 4th or 5th biggest city in this country, in the 5th biggest economy in the world. So when I go around places and I see nobody who looks like me, or all of you guys here, then we've got a problem, you know? And it's a unique problem to Sheffield because you don't see this in London, you don't see this in Birmingham, you don't see this in Manchester so much. It's very, very evident in Sheffield. So the question then becomes, why? Are we all complacent? Is everybody complacent? Are they quite happy with the way things are? Because I'm certainly not, you know? And it's been like this for a long, long time. So let's not pretend that Sheffield is this, like they keep trying to pretend, is this beacon of, I don't know, whatever they want to call it, the next buzzword. It is not. As Mike said, I got my confidence from going to London, yeah, and traveling around, seeing Black people in business in London. I didn't get anything from Sheffield. I could hardly tell you one business person in Sheffield. There was a couple, but I could hardly tell you much more than a couple previously. And so what we need to do is recognize for the 4th, 5th biggest city in this country, we are so far behind on every level, you know, every level. There is not one, we're at the top of every bad league for exclusion for our young men, and we're at the bottom of every good league, you know, and that's an indictment of this city and its policies going back for the last, as far as I can remember anyway. Right. So I want to see positive action in all areas.
Yeah, I want to thank you both for such a enthralling kind of sort of throwing light on the subject this morning, and thanks very much, and may your businesses be very, very successful. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Malcolm, and David and Mike. Thank you very much for the last hour that has absolutely flown by. I'd also like to thank Rose Tomlins for sending us a link to the Black-owned business Sheffield Facebook page. I don't know if David or Mike, if you're aware of this link, but there's a list of Black-owned businesses in Sheffield and surrounding areas on Facebook, and there seems to be some very interesting activity going on there. So we found that useful. Nevertheless, David, Mike, if as we draw this session to a close, it would be great if you could stay in touch with us, and if there's anything you feel would be useful for the Commission, you know, either just send it through to us or get in touch with me directly or through the inbox. That would be fantastic. And if you're open to us coming back to you for anything else in the future, that would be great too. So yeah, it falls on me really to bring this session to a close, and we really appreciate your time today, and as Malcolm said, we wish you all success in your business activities. And Mike, if you could extend our thanks again to Mrs. Lawrence for her input today. Commissioners, it's 1 minute to 12, so I suggest that we just ask the Secretariat to hold our next session for 5 minutes, and if we can come back at 11:05, then we can have just a comfort break. Thank you very much, Mike and David. Please keep in touch.
All right, guys.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. Hi Kevin. Yeah, great to meet you all.
It's good to meet you too. Thanks very much for your submission and for joining us today. Before we get going, I'd just like to introduce my colleague, Adele Robinson, who'll go through a little bit of housekeeping.
Hi, Adele.
Hi, good afternoon, I'm going to just take you through a little bit about the Commission and the context. So, as you all know, the Commission is an inquiry into the nature, causes, extent and impact of race inequality and racism in Sheffield. The Commission was established to focus on 6 key areas. Those are health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, sport and culture, and crime and justice. Today is the first day of the business and employment hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report produced with actions for key stakeholders in Sheffield. The Commission has invited you as a witness here today to share your insights into the 5 key areas of the Race Equality Commission. And those areas include your understanding and knowledge of racial inequality and racism within Sheffield that you think would be of use to the Commission, knowledge of your own or other framework of race-related frameworks or equality duties, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector, any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, on what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism and racial inequality within the city. As a witness, you're required to act in good faith, and by appearing here, we're assuming that that is so. For all those in attendance, please note that this hearing is being recorded and it will be available afterwards, but only the commissioners here will be able to ask you questions. Any papers on non-confidential evidence that you've submitted will be available on the Commission's website afterwards. Can people please note to wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking, and commissioners and invited guests, please introduce yourself before speaking. If you want to ask a question for commissioners, can you put it in the chat function to me privately, and I'll send that on to the chair. And I would like to hand you back over to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele. Matt, as you can see, I'm the independent chair of the Sheffield Race Equality Commission, and I'm joined by commissioners who. It's good to see you again, Dave. So soon.
Yeah, no, I'm on. I don't know why I'm on. Don't know why I'm on. I've gone. Bye-bye.
Oh, bye-bye. It was such a good session. He wanted to come back for some more questions. Matt, I'm joined by commissioners, and I'll be inviting them to speak with you at a suitable juncture. Before doing this, I wonder if you could introduce yourself and the capacity in which you are here, and perhaps just say a little bit about your submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, and I know you're sort of you're playing to time, so yeah, I'm conscious of that too. So hi everybody, my name is Matt Dean. I'm here in my capacity as Chief Executive of Zest, which is a community-based service provider in Sheffield that's been established for around 21 years, and I've been working and involved in the organisation for most of that period. So that's the capacity, and actually I know you are discussing business and employment as a theme, but as an organisation and as a submission, we are involved in pretty much all aspects of those themes, and if anything, more so around the community angle. So I'm just very conscious of that, and my representation is very much based on our experience.
Yes.
And in terms of just a whistle-stop tour, in terms of perspective, I've provided some key summary points which you can all view, but really it was around the fact that I think it's always good to take an historical perspective, and I think we can't do this and have this commission without reflecting on area-based regeneration initiatives in the early 2000s and whether we should view those as missed opportunities to make a difference with regard to racism and race inequality. I think that then following that, the significant disinvestment in our communities in greatest need, and just reflections on that again, further impacting and limiting our ability to tackle race inequality head on. And then really that actually in amongst that, there is some really good and positive examples of joint working within the sector. And I think there's been some lessons learned, and I think most recently some good examples to reflect on as we've moved through the COVID pandemic and engage, I think, much more effectively and collaboratively across the community sector with Black-led organisations, and so I think that's sort of, I suppose, the final part. And I'm happy to talk a little bit more around business and employment side. But as I say, our experience is sort of more, it runs right through the themes that you are looking at as a commission. And at that point, really, if you want to kind of, if you like, zoom in on anything that I've submitted or ask me any other questions, then I think now's the time for me to
yes,
sure.
Yeah, we will do. And Matt, did you say what your role is at Zest?
Yes, I'm chief executive. Sorry,
yes.
But I have been involved in different capacities pretty much right through the 2000s.
Yes, I'd like to, Matt. I'd like to invite Winston Campbell to speak with you. So, Winston, could you introduce yourself before asking Matt your first question?
Hi, Matt. My name is Winston Campbell. I'm one of the commissioners, obviously. I'm also a businessman. I have a property company which I've owned for the last 30 years. By profession, I'm a social worker. And in my former life, I was a social work manager with Sheffield Social Services. And I've welcomed your submission, and a number of the points you've made in that submission resonate with my experience of social work and business. And what I'd like to do is get a little more insight into your submission and ask some follow-up questions, if that's
yeah, sure, yeah.
Matt, can you say more about the Zest approach to working with the community and how it has managed to facilitate community engagement and empowerment?
Yeah, sure. So I think, our starting point was very much a blank canvas of going back to the 2000s of being regeneration programs and changes and initiatives being done to the community. So the starting point was very much how do we redress that and start to take things into our own hands, because clearly the community wasn't being listened to. And when I say the community, I'm talking about the community of Upperthorpe and Netherthorpe in sort of northwest inner city areas of Sheffield. And at that point, a group of volunteers came together, and essentially that was the starting point to say, we're going to engage with our community and talk to them, find out what's important to them. And that was on the back of significant social change. I think, most, I suppose, significant. We probably all, most of you, making a few assumptions, sorry, about your Sheffield heritage, will remember Kelvin Flats. Kelvin Flats came down, and with it, sort of significant social change in that particular part of the city. So what we did at that point, I say Royal We, this was Zest at the time, held a series of community conferences, which engaged sort of around 100 people at each one. And it was a community that were ready to be engaged, and they talked a lot about what they wanted and what they wanted to see. And at that time, there was a real change in terms of diversity levels in the community. And I'd say the main focus was across the board. Everybody wanted more and better services and access to services. And on the back of that, we wrote essentially a plan for the community and with the community. And back in the day, I think things are a little bit different. We managed on the back of that, with support from local authority partners, although they were quite, they were opposed to it at the time in terms of us taking a lead role, it has to be said. But we eventually got endorsement and buy-in, and we were able to bid directly to government. And we, at that point, secured a multi-million-pound area-based regeneration investment. And I think that was the start of our journey, really, in terms of us having some control of resources for our community. And that, really is, I suppose, the ultimate. We started, I suppose, in a quite a generous position. And I feel, through that process, I think what we got what we got right is we continue to engage the community. Decisions around funding were made with representatives within that community. I would say, and I think it has, I don't think representation from Black communities I don't think enough was done in terms of representation. I think in terms of resourcing and in terms of particular groups that we worked with, I've cited Yafa in the report based on the sort of, I suppose, the growing Yemeni population in the area. I don't think enough was done in terms of representation, but what was really clear was the reach into the community. So the benefit of those various initiatives, from youth clubs right through to, supporting people into employment, it hit the social spectrum, and was really effective and really empowering. And I think the reason I put it in the report was to kind of, I suppose, act as a bit of a contrast in terms of where we've got it right as a city. We've recognised the value of investing in community infrastructure and trusting communities. And where we've got it wrong, it's been fragmented and there's not been a legacy from that investment. And I think that was the main kind of contrast. And in Sheffield in particular, when you look at that contrast, I think that, citing examples like Burngreave New Deal communities is really, really important, because I don't think the legacy of that programme was as strong as it should have been in terms of addressing issues of race.
I'll come back to you on that, Matt. I'll come back to you on that. But
yeah, sure.
Given the success you've had in the engagement and empowerment process, why do you think that key stakeholders have difficulty in engaging underserved populations, underserved communities?
Can you say that again, sir? Key stakeholders, did you say?
Yes. Why do they have difficulty in engaging community, underrepresented communities?
I don't think enough. I'm just not sure there's been enough learning, if you like. So I think that there's been, where it's worked, it's always felt like it's not yet a default approach. And I think that there's always been that terminology of, well, they're difficult to reach, aren't they? Or those communities are, how do we understand, these disparate communities, when actually the reflection should have been, how can we change the system in order to make sure that it fits with a diverse need? So I think that the system's not being fit for purpose. So where you've got more significant investment, again, rewinding, if you like, 10 to 15 years, you've then got the ability to set up groups, to consistently engage with quality, employ people who are experts, employ people with skills, employ people and bring people up through the community. When you just throw bits of resource at things and it's stop and it's start, which has been more so the case over the last decade, the ability to have any kind of quality and consistent engagement is eroded. So I think there's it needs to be resourced and it needs to be systematic. And I think that's eroded when it's not properly resourced.
Okay, what gaps do Zest fill in the community that should be better tackled by better resourced organisations?
You mean in terms of sort of mainstream or properly?
In terms of employment, health, early education, what gaps do you fill at Zest that you think should be by better resourced organisations?
Yeah, so we provide, if you like, I kind of see it as a frontline service for. So there's employment support services, and I think what's happening at the moment is, in that arena, in around the health arena, for example, is we're dealing with more and more complex need. And so the more complex the need gets, either the greater the sort of, if you like, the skill and capacity we require. And actually, we're not funded like that. So we're experts in community support. We're not experts in complex mental health, for example. So I think that the level and complexity of need has increased. So I think we're really well placed to provide that suite of whole person community services that we sort of, we all understand. But as the complexity increases, the resource needs to match it. I still think organisations such as Zest and other community-led organisations are really well placed to do that. There's a kind of a capacity and a skills gap at the moment, and the resources just simply don't cover that cost. I think there's something around that, and then I think more so, I always feel it's disappointing that our services, often most of them are services that we have to prove ourselves every 12 months and say, are we okay to do that again? Are we okay to do that again? Are we okay to do that again? And I think we have to report and make sure we're accountable. But I think that we need to think about the way that we commission and design services. The burden is, so we can put as much resource as possible into the front line rather than constantly battling to continue to deliver our services that we know that are really valuable.
Why was it necessary? You mentioned your submission that you set up a BME women's group. Why was it necessary to do that?
So in Sheffield, so in our particular community and in some others surrounding us, there's a high Muslim population, and there's also there's actually quite acute health need as well, coupled with that. So higher instances of particular of diabetes, of heart conditions. So there's a range of drivers around why we think we need to take targeted approaches to health intervention. So for us, when we secured our own building and our own facilities and services, it was on us to say, how do we make those accessible to the community that we serve? So as soon as we were able, we engaged with that community, with the community around us, and asked them, what services would you like to see? What services would make a difference to you? And we coupled that with, the statistics that we knew about that we had to address. And on the back of that, we've created specific things such as, a women-only gym, women-only swim sessions, specific women-only groups such as the older people's ethnic minority group. And that's been a way of, I think health's one angle, but we all know that a key to good health is, the ability to come together socially. So I think it's, we always talk about the 5 ways to well-being, and we think the engagement of a group with similar interests is a really good way of kind of hitting those 5 ways to well-being. And on the back of it, it's a bit like creating an entry point for a group that perhaps wants to increase their confidence, increase their knowledge about the services they can access, meet new people. And we always find, and we tend to find, that once you get that group together, things then spring from that point. And then those women have become empowered and much more confident, and then are starting to support other newer, if you like, members of the group.
You also established a BLM action group. What was the reason for that? It was catalysed through the Black Lives Matter movement. You set a group up. What was the reason for establishing that group?
Was this around, because I'm just trying to reflect back, is this to do, is this for Zest as an organisation, was that, or was that, yeah. So just simply, so if it, just for clarity, if it's in reference to the work we're doing as an organisation, we're essentially looking at how we, we've established that we've got really excellent reach into our community, but when we hold up a mirror, I would say that we need to make sure and ensure we're doing much more to ensure effective representation as an organisation, i.e. from a staff and a leadership governance perspective, and holding up that mirror is essential for all of us. And I think the reason, and essentially we're like many others, holding up that lens and saying, what action do we need to take in order to address underrepresentation within our organisation, across all levels, actually. I mean, governance and leadership, if you like, is where it's where there's we know that, if you like, there's that power and influence, but we all know that top down meets bottom up, and that's the most effective approach. So for us, it's across all levels. So we're just at the moment in the process of doing a consultation. We did do some initial work. The other reference you might be referring to is specifically to do with our youth work, and so we engage with our youth workers specifically, and they've done some work around their own voice and how they feel. We've got a majority sort of Afro-Caribbean workforce within our youth work team, and they felt that they wanted to express their views around Black Lives Matter, around COVID, around vaccination. So there's been some really interesting conversations with them too.
Okay. Can you say something about your resources and how sustainable they are at Zest?
Yeah, how long have we got? Yeah, I would say that one of the significant challenges is that so we've got strength in diversity in terms of diversity of offer. So what we did on the back of our core skill set, which is supporting our local neighbourhoods in our local communities through an asset-based approach, is say, well, that alone is going to be really difficult to make us, if you like, last and sustain. So some of the things we do are, we have a building, we have a leisure offer, and part of that leisure offer, and that allows us to generate a modest income. So on that basis, that offers some sustainability. It must be recognised that needs continued subsidy because of the way that we deliver that service and the age of the building and whatever we do. So there's a degree of sustainability in that because it generates some income, but it still needs subsidisation. And so what we've got is a series of different services, and because of the diversity of services, it adds strength. So for example, 5 years ago, we were delivering a lot more employment support. That was probably 40% of what we do. Now, 40% of what we do is around health and well-being, and we've been able to adapt what we do. And we've developed some specialisms around our citywide offer. So, for example, we provide weight management services across the city. So the key has been to be adaptable and have a diverse offer. I would say that the drawback to that is that actually, is that taking us away from our core kind of purpose? And why should it be necessary that we have to do that just to, if you like, serve our core, mission around enabling our communities to lead successful lives? So I think the challenge is we've got the legacy of that area-based regeneration still. There's many organisations that don't. So on its own, the contracts that we get to do your sort of bread and butter community work aren't sustainable. And we currently rely on national lottery funding to do our, what you might call a state-based outreach work, where we're doing, if you like, proper community development work. It's as simple as that, the stuff that we know is really important to bringing communities on. That's lottery funded, a year left. We've got children in need funding to support young people, a year left. It's not sustainable in any shape or form, other than we're developing expertise, and we're collaborations are really central point to our, I suppose, success. So pretty much everything we do is in partnership with either very local community providers and organisations, or across the city. We've provided historically a lead role and a partnership role in bringing consortiums together. So I think there's some sustainability in that. I think that's the future. Play to our strengths and play to others.
How well do you work with the key strategic organisations in the city?
I think well. I think I would say that we've been a forerunner in sort of generous sort of partnership and leadership from the day I kind of took this current role. And prior to that, when I've led employment work and health work, we've always looked up and said, how do we work with those that are best placed to provide those services? So I would say that more recently it's been challenging for the because of the C word, but on some fronts, but actually on other fronts it's opened new doors. And I think Zoom, for all its its limitations, we've come together much more effectively, I think, with a broader range of strategic leaders. For example, the BEMA 5 organisations, so SEDACA, Vale Community Hub, HISRAC, to name a few, in ACT, actually have been much more visible, and I think our engagement levels with them have been much more consistent and effective. I think it's early days in terms of actually then seeing what does that mean in terms of solid sort of progression. I think with the local authority and health services, it's been good. So I think it can always improve, but I think as a sector, it's I think we work really collaboratively, and I think it's improving in terms of the sort of diversity of that collaboration. I think weakness, seeing as though we are thinking about in terms of business and employment, and I'm conscious I've not mentioned that. I think DWP locally, I think we need to, I think there needs to be some improved reach there. I think there is some good involvement of DWP in there's a vulnerable, I think it's called vulnerable community or vulnerable adults group that comes together with DWP engagement. But I'd like to see, that sort of improve and increase. And city region too. I think from a city region perspective, as resources start to fall down through the Sheffield City region devolved partnerships, we need to see what that looks like locally and what that means and how we can influence from a community level into that combined authority.
So what's the picture of funding and resourcing in the voluntary and community sector look like in Sheffield?
Picture of funding. Yeah. Uncertain, unpredictable on many fronts. I think that I'm optimistic about the way that partners are coming together and innovating and learning. So you can see the paper for the SYNC partnership, the Sheffield. So I'm full of optimism around some specific partnerships that I think can lever in external resources from sort of national providers. But I think that there needs to be a much clearer view of the long-term funding strategy. I think a lot of that falls at the door of central government. I think local government has been asset stripped in many ways. So I think we need to see what all this levelling up chat means in reality. What will that mean in terms of resources for the most deprived communities? Many of you will have seen the all-party parliamentary groups report from yesterday around those with least resources, those in most need having least resource and least access to social infrastructure. So that APPG committee on left behind neighbourhoods, I think, has got a real relevance from a race perspective. I don't think that's been brought out in the work they've done so far. So I think that committee itself that group itself, parliamentary group, needs to think about that. But I think that locally there's a lot of uncertainty, and I think we need to be more innovative about how services are procured, and we need to get away from year on year to longer term strategic funding agreements. And I think that final thing I would say is that we used to refer to a strategy around closing the gap in the city, and I'm certainly an advocate of closing that gap. And if you're going to close the gap, you need to allocate resources unevenly in recognition of the fact that there's uneven need.
Okay. Can you tell us about the story of the Youth Consortium service and what the Race Equality Commission can learn from it?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, there's two parts to that. I think the Youth Consortium itself was an excellent sort of coming together of third sector providers to say, hang on, we can provide a coherent voice for commissioners to engage with. So and we can empower lots of organisations within the sector to deliver services, and we can make decisions around funding. We can strategically develop and evolve, and essentially be empowered to do things for ourselves. So I think the lesson is that I think we know how to collaborate. We've got the skills to do it. I think the lessons are it still needs to be resourced. If you take it might sound a really simple point, but as soon as when the council disinvested in youth services, there was no youth consortium because there was no resource to invest. So if we can agree that reinvestment is a priority, then consortiums can be really effective models. I think that more would need to be done to make sure that those consortia, for want of a better way of putting it, are representative of the communities they serve. I think that whilst the organisations that formed part of the consortium and the communities they served had diverse reach, I would say that the strategic members, although they were elected, what didn't represent, I don't think, the communities that they serve. So I think the lesson is about how you develop those consortia, and how you have the conversation. And I think Sheffield Youth Neighbourhood and Communities is probably a really good place to go in terms of an evolved version, for want of a better way of putting it, because of the way that partnership has developed. It's kind of learned the lessons from the youth consortium in the way that it's been led, in the way that we've developed the steering group, in the way that we've had conversations in communities. All of those have spoken explicitly and directly with Black communities, and we've worked to make sure there's Black representation around that group, and that when we look at resources, that there's going to be specific resources for Black-led organisations. So I think there's a journey to go on still, and it's a long journey, but I think that the start of that it's in its infancy as a partnership. But I think certainly it's if you look at Youth Consortium and Sync, I think they're sort of two quite different animals.
Okay, thanks for that, Matt. Matt, you talked about missed opportunities earlier. Can you say more about Burngreave New Deal and what it was that we can learn about tackling racial inequality from any new approaches to significant area-based funding initiatives?
Yeah, so I'm very conscious to start with that I'm outside looking in at Burngreave New Deal for Communities. So I had some involvement in, as I say, a neighbouring area-based regeneration programme. I was aware of the programme and the resource allocations and some of the projects within it. But what if I reflect, if you like, on, let's say, it's a smaller scale regeneration programme that we were involved with, and I look at the scale, and we all know that, you can look 50 million, 100 million, we can argue all day about the level of resource, but essentially a significant and substantive investment was made in the targeted area of Sheffield. And I think that it wasn't bold enough and not enough was done to identify a legacy, if you like, on day one. It was as I remember, a 10-year investment. So I think there were some excellent projects doing excellent work through the programme. And I remember there was some independent advice services. There was the Emily Community Association. I think there was Black Card. There was Sadaka. There was a series of organisations doing excellent work and developing partnerships within New Deal. But because there was a lot of small p politics. There was a lot of some organisations weren't getting along. There was some. I don't think a clear leadership, if you like, model emerged, but I think it was almost, well, okay, it's difficult, it's challenging, but why that shouldn't mean that there needs to be much more bold leadership from the local authority and from within that strategic partnership to say we need to grasp this nettle, and this is a one-off opportunity, as we understood it at the time, to create a really strong asset-based legacy for the community. And if we look back, where's the community ownership of buildings and assets from that programme? That's a really missed opportunity. And where was that clear infrastructure body or set of bodies that could take forward and lead on future programmes? And at the time, although since then, if you like, there's been that evolution, I think at the time not enough emphasis was taken to say, we need to identify an organisation from the community to lead future partnerships and future regeneration of the area. And as I say, I know the reasons were many, and it was definitely sort of, across the piece, but that's, for me, felt like it was a really missed opportunity. Outside looking in, of course, I knew some of the stakeholders involved, and I'm sure others can shed more light, but I certainly felt that looking at other areas in the city where, if you like, assets were secured and communities were given those assets to control and manage, you are now looking at stronger organisations and a stronger, sort of more effective set of community projects as a result. I'm just looking at the chat, just sorry, and I've got, it says about Chief Executive of Zest, how many of your trustees like to...
No, Matt, it's okay. You don't need to read from the chat.
That's all right.
It's okay. Yeah. Winston, that's £5 for the mute jar. Thanks for the contribution. You're still on mute. That's another £5, I think.
Got me.
Thank you.
Matt?
Yes.
In your evidence, you state that there are good examples of capacity building and enabling partnerships in Black-led organisations. Can you name some of them? And
yeah, so I think some of the go on. Sorry, Winston.
Also tell us what they're doing that we should or could replicate going forward.
So thank you. So I think that so some of the examples, I think, so I've already talked about Sync. So we're saying that's early days in terms of, if you like, being able to look back and say this is what we've achieved over the last handful of years. But at the moment, that's one really good example. And I think at the moment that within the Sync, the lesson there is how to, if you like, develop a partnership. How to develop an inclusive partnership. So that at the moment is kind of where I would stand that up as a really good example. In terms of other examples, so within the People Keeping Well framework, so People Keeping Well is a framework through which local health services are commissioned that are really focused around, I think you've hopefully all heard of sort of social prescribing services, so sort of community-facing health services. So within that, there are some lead partners. So, for example, ShipShape is a really good example. That an organisation we've worked alongside, and we've seen them evolve as a result of having more freedom and access to resources through the People Keeping Well partnership, and they've really come on and developed in that sort of. For those who don't know, they're very focused around the Sharrow Nether Edge community. But they've also got reach into Healy and other sort of parts of the inner city. And so I think that's a really good example of an organisation that's been able to evolve, take some ownership of health services in that part of the city. And Tanya has become increasingly visible as a leader of that organisation. And I suppose just building on that, then what we've done as Zest, if you like, is we've tried to be an enabler. So ShipShape are teaching us a few things around sort of specific engagement of specific communities, and then we're trying to support them, if you like, around other areas where we're working on joint initiatives. So recently, for example, we worked with this is another example of primary care networks, so groups of GPs within the community. So we worked with the primary care network and ShipShape to ensure that ShipShape could become a supporter of the vaccination process at a local GP centre. And again, that's a reflection of their increasing capacity and their ability to engage with primary care. And that's been, if you like, enabled by the primary care network funding that's available and by People Keeping Well. And so yeah, they're certainly an organisation that I would hold up as being sort of relatively progressive from a partnership perspective. And the lesson is there. I think that organisation and some others at the start of their journey needed support, needed capacity building support, needed resource to grow and evolve as an organisation. And there's other organisations in a similar position which, as we go out to commission, as the local authority goes out to commission and recommission things like People Keeping Well, we really need to look at the potential of Black-led organisations across the city to lead and play a more active role in those partnerships.
What would be the benefit of an active, coherent infrastructure of Black-led organisations? What would the benefit be of having a coherent Black-led infrastructure?
Yeah, so essentially, at the
Sorry,
moment,
sorry, Matt. I'll have to take
Yeah.
this as the last question as well, because we have overrun a little bit.
so we, so essentially, there are missing faces and missing voices and missing perspectives as we stand and as we look. So we need, if we're going to properly understand the communities that we need to support, we need strong, dynamic Black-led organisations to provide that support, and those voices need to be present, need to be consistent, need to be supported, and need to be valued. And at the moment, or historically, that's been hugely inconsistent. It's felt like a battle, I'm sure, and I think that the value is really clear, and we can see where already, if you like, I think over the last 12 months, just as a really good example, the work of organisations like SACMA taking a lead and saying we can, in terms of COVID response work, has been, they've stood head and shoulders really, and I think that example for the rest of us in the sector, to see how valuable it is to have that organisation with that intimate understanding of its community, is a really good example to use.
Thank you, Matt. You've been quite insightful with your evidence, and it's been much appreciated. I'm going to hand you now back to Professor Kevin Hilton.
Thank you, Winston. Matt, I am conscious that Winston had a few more questions, and I'll confer with Winston about whether or not we might send you a few questions, just to so we can get a little bit more insight into your thinking, especially when you talk about stark racial inequalities and what you might think these challenges might be, or at least how we might challenge these inequalities.
Yeah, I'm more than happy with that. Yeah.
Yes. So we'll come back to you on that, Matt. And so, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. But we will come back to you with a few more questions, because we've been battling against time all day today, and this session is no different. So. Thank you very much for coming today, and if you don't mind, we'll come back to you with a few more questions down the line, and please stay in dialogue with the Commission.
Will do. Yeah. Well, thank you all, and thanks, Winston. And yeah, I'll look forward to continuing the dialogue.
Many thanks, Matt.
Much appreciated.
Take care. Thanks, everyone.
All the best. Bye bye.
Good afternoon, both of you. I'm just going to do a little bit of context about the Race Equality Commission itself. So, as you know, the Commission is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of racism and racial inequality within the city. The Commission itself was established to focus on the 6 key themes of health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. This is the first day of the business and employment hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a final report published and submitted for action to the key stakeholders in Sheffield. The Commission has invited you here as key witnesses today to share your insights into the 5 areas of 5 of the main areas of the terms of reference for the Commission. These 5 areas are the following. So your knowledge and sharing and information in relation to racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which you think may be of use to the Commission. Your knowledge of your own or other approaches to race-related duties or frameworks. Any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector. Any good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what you believe would be the best ways to tackle racism and racial inequality. By agreeing to appear as a witness here today, you're required to act in good faith, and we're assuming by being here that you are doing so. This hearing is being recorded and it will be available on the Commission's website afterwards. Any non-confidential evidence that's been submitted will also be on the Commission's website afterwards. Please note, can all those in attendance wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking? And can any commissioners or invited guests introduce yourself before speaking? Can any commissioners, if you have a question, put them to me in the chat privately and I will send them on to the chair. And now let me hand over to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Hello, Eugene, and welcome. Hopefully, Kate will join us shortly. I'm joined by commissioners who I will invite to speak with you in a little while. Before I do that, do you think you could introduce yourself and the capacity in which you're attending today? Could you say whether or not you were involved in the writing of the evidence that was submitted? And could you also offer us some of the highlights, the kind of main points from the evidence?
Oh, sorry, I lost the mute button. Hi, yes, so some people do know me. My name is Eugene Walker. I'm Director of Resources. Been in that post in the council since 2014. Previous to that, I was Director of Finance. So I've been in the City Council for some time. By the way, Kate is still trying to get in. I'm not quite sure what's happening. Adele, is somebody looking at that? Because yeah, okay, thank you. Because she does want to be here. I've been on leave for a little while last week, so I'm aware of the evidence we've put in, but I wasn't involved in as much detail as Kate and some other people. But obviously I am aware of the background and the composition of that. I know Kate will. If I start off, I know Kate will want to talk a little bit more when she comes. I'm just conscious that kind of obviously in my capacity, I have been in the council for longer than Kate. I think it's fair to say, and it's reflected in the submission. I think at the point we've got to as an organisation and recognising the work of the Commission, I think there's a really important point of reflection for us, particularly for those of us who've been here some time, about where we've got to, or rather not got to, in terms of the terms of reference to this inquiry. And there's been a lot of kind of reflection and soul searching around that. And I think particularly with Kate's arrival, as thinking about what our organisational response needs to be. And I know Kate is keen to talk about what she wants to do with us all going forward. I suppose my immediate and honest reflection is that coming here today for me is part of, me being part of an organisation that, based on the evidence we've got, we're not where we need to be. Certainly, as a leader in the city, and my personal experience of that is as a senior manager in this organisation, is something kind of got to reflect on myself as well. And I suppose from my point of view, this is a learning experience in itself, and as well as kind of me giving evidence, I'm kind of keen to participate in this process and be part of what we're doing to learn and reflect and build that into our practice going forward. Hopefully that's just a little bit of an intro from me.
Yes. So you, Eugene, you're Director of Resources. You're also the lead on equalities, is that right?
What I have been since I was on EMT, yes, just to explain, is what the Equality Hub arrangements we've had, which obviously cover all protected characteristics. I volunteered to be the lead executive member for that when I went onto the executive management team, and I've been doing that role since, more recently translated into the equality partnerships, and I have tried to play an active role in that, along with Adele and some other officers in the council. So yes, that's been part of my role. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So whilst the Secretariat is working in the background to get Kate into the meeting, we should proceed, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, okay.
If there's anything you feel that Kate might add to, perhaps you could prompt her when she arrives. I'd like to reintroduce you to Shruti. So I don't think you need any introductions, do you? Unless Shruti wishes to say a bit about other things that she's done since you last met.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. Maybe save my introduction for when Kate comes in. Maybe that's better. So welcome, Eugene, and thanks very much for coming to the hearing, and thanks very much for what you just said as well. I think it's much appreciated you talking about the need for reflection. As you know, I'm Shruti Bhargav. Right now, I'm an independent consultant, and I chair a BME housing association. And it's an association which also does a lot of work around economic regeneration and the whole inclusive growth agenda. So we run business centres, employment, training, financial support services, as well as housing around 80 businesses and reaching out actively to BME businesses and potential BME businesses. Well, you might not know, I've got really diverse background. So I came to Sheffield 30 years ago to work in the steel industry. You probably don't know that, Eugene. And I worked for as a management consultant for a global consultancy, worked with community groups, and for the Audit Commission before I came to the council. And you might remember that at the council, I led on the best value review of services to minority ethnic people. So that was all about all services, mainstream and specialist, about the BME workforce, and about inequalities in the city, and also our equality structures and duties. You know, I guess a lot of what we read in the evidence is the same, really. You know, but when I read the evidence around employment, I wasn't reading anything new. So it's, you know, in terms of the soul searching, it's quite interesting, really, because, you know, we did that back then. But anyway, that's enough introduction. Shall I get started then on?
Yes, please. I thought you were going to give us the brief introduction for and you know, and save the introductions for Kate, but let's go straight into.
I realise Eugene doesn't actually know that much about me.
Yeah.
To be honest.
but yes, if you can go to your first question, please.
Okay, so you remember following the 2003 Best Value Review in 2004, the council and its partners signed up to a pledge to recognise BME people as customers, citizens, partners, and staff, promising to take them all from the margins to the mainstream. How well has the council and the city lived up to this pledge? Really, we need Kate here as well for that, I think.
Kate is here, so
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Kate. We understand the difficulties you've had getting in, so we'll seamlessly integrate you into this conversation. So,
should I try and do another brief introduction?
No, Shruti, I think we should just carry on. And if there's an opportunity, then maybe we can get to know each other. I'm conscious that Kate has also got childcare duties coming up shortly.
They'll just wait on the doorstep. I'm incredibly sorry, everybody. I'm trying to go on sick time on my mobile phone, so apologies if the quality of the sound or the video isn't very good.
Okay. Well, Shruti, if you want to just carry on with your first question.
So welcome, Kate, and a belated welcome to Sheffield as well. I'm Shruti Bhargav. Just asked the first question, which is probably best asked to both of you and Eugene. I led a best value review of services to minority ethnic people at the council nearly 20 years ago. I left 17 years ago. The review was about all council services, the workforce, and inequalities in the city. And following that review, the council and its partners signed up to a pledge to recognise BME people as customers, citizens, partners, and staff, and promised to take them all from the margins to the mainstream. So my question is, how well has the council and the city lived up to this pledge? It's all right, it's a difficult one to start, isn't it?
I'm sorry, because I've missed the whole, I was hoping to be able to talk a bit about my observations on joining the council and where I'm and the work. So I can happily attempt to answer that question.
I'll tell you what. Let's press the. Let's just
have a conversation. Sorry.
Okay, let's just press the reset button then, Kate and Eugene. Eugene's had the opportunity to say a bit about himself and to introduce himself and to say a bit about the evidence, but he wasn't here when the evidence was being written. So maybe at this point, Kate, you could introduce yourself and maybe offer us some of the highlights of the evidence. And then we'll come back to this really interesting question about the best value pledge. How's that?
Thanks, Kevin. I really appreciate that. And I want to thank everybody for their forbearance on this. I know it's not great. So thank you so much, first of all, for having me. I think that, so when you talk about the evidence, just to be completely clear, Kevin,
the submission. Yes.
So as is hopefully clear from that submission, although I think in speaking to it, I can give a bit more of a personal flavour of this. I've been in the council now 6 months. My early observations upon arriving in the council, and I hope that some of the staff members that you've spoken to will have reiterated this, were that I was really quite surprised on arrival at Sheffield. I come from the civil service. I don't think the civil service purports to be a sort of world leader in its work on anti-racism and equality, diversity, inclusion, but it certainly tries quite hard. And I felt that coming to the council, it did feel an organisation that had a long way to go, and was clearly I was really pleased that the Race Equality Commission was underway. What I have been doing since then is trying really hard personally to listen to as many members of staff as I possibly can, from a range of diverse backgrounds, but particularly focusing on talking to as many of our Black and Asian and ethnic minority staff as possible, and listening to them and just trying to appreciate their lived experience as employees. I think what I observe from that is that we have, as I say, we have a way to go, and I hope that is clear in the submission. But we are also really, really determined to put action into place. And that includes work as part of the one-year plan that we're currently working through. We need some prioritised actions with measurables, with deliverables to both improve the education of all of our staff and making sure that all of our staff are properly supported to be inclusive leaders. We need more work done around pathways and progression for all of our diverse members of staff. I want to take specific action to improve the diversity of the top team in the organisation. And I also want to make sure we're really understanding and looking at what's under the surface of what's going on in terms of the data that we see around complaints and dignity and respect issues in the council. I also want us to try and cultivate a culture, which I think is a really important part here. So I could talk a lot about a whole set of targeted actions and an action plan, but I think underpinning all of this is what we're doing in the culture in the council and how we are approaching and creating a culture which is safe for all members of staff, which is open, which is where it feels safe to challenge. And I don't think we're there yet, and that affects all sorts of things, including the quality of our services. I think so. That's a big priority as well, and I want to make sure we're having conversations about that. We're creating space for listening. The only other thing I want to talk about a bit is I just want to be honest about is I think our data is very poor. I can't get a good handle on the situation. We've got some information about our staff, but it's not as good as I'm used to. Accountability isn't as tight as it needs to be. So I do want to make sure that senior leaders throughout the organisation have really clear deliverable diversity specific objectives in their performance objectives, which is something, as again, I'm used to having coming from the civil service. And then finally, I think we really need to improve all of our data around the experience of our residents, citizens and customers. And that goes beyond our Black and Asian and minority ethnic citizens, but it affects our ability to provide a great service for those citizens. I can't speak to what's happened in the last 20 years in the council. I haven't been here. I think it's important that we learn from what has been done in the past, and we learn from those mistakes. I think it's important that we're humble about the fact that we've clearly made promises or commitments in the past, and those may not have been delivered. And what's really important about the Race Equality Commission is that we listen to what you are telling us, and we respond and act, but we act in a way that is sustainable and fundamentally changes the culture of the organisation to one that is genuinely inclusive and genuinely open and genuinely safe for all staff to succeed. And that is an important long-term ambition, but we need to make a start soon. Sorry, I'm feeling very kind of rushed, and because I arrived late and it was all, but I hope that gives a bit of a sense of where I'm coming from, and I'm really happy to answer more specific questions.
Thank you, Kate. That's very helpful, and I think it's even though you have said you've been here 6 months, you can't speak for what's happened over the last 20 months or so. Shruti's first question is about what happened in 2004's Best Value Review and commitments made by the City Council. So I suppose regardless of who is at the helm, it was the local authority making these commitments. So I think it's quite useful if you don't know the story of the Best Value Review, just to hear what Shruti has to say in terms of this question, which it might be helpful then for you to set some sort of context to the work that you plan to do in the future. So Shruti, over to you.
Thanks, Kevin. Would it be helpful for me to do a little brief introduction? I'm aware that I've done it once already.
I think we're struggling for time, so I think
Okay. So
yes.
I mean, do you want me to repeat the question, Kate? Would that be helpful?
I mean, I think the sense I got from the question was really about, as again, I can't speak to why it hasn't, what's happened in the years since 2004 as to why it hasn't happened. I can only observe what I've observed since I've arrived in the council. I think it is really important we learn the lessons and we ask ourselves, why didn't it change? And my assumption based on what I have done so far in the council would be that it's a combination of cultural factors which are important. So creating the environment, creating that, not just creating a plan and sticking it on a shelf, but actually saying, what are we doing to transform and change the kinds of behaviours and relationships and expectations we have of each other and of our particularly, from the top down. And then I think it's also about focus and persistence, and recognizing that delivery of any challenging plan is not just about writing the plan, but it's about then putting in place really clear accountability to drive that through. So I don't know whether that did or didn't happen in relation to the Best Value Review, but what I do know is that it's absolutely critical that we do that for whatever we put in place now. So there can be some accountability, both internal and external, and really and transparency around what it is we're committing to do.
Thanks, Kate. Eugene, I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah. Sorry, I was going to say, would you like me to? I mean, I suppose from my point of view, having been here longer, I think Kate's made some really important points there about kind of culture. So yeah, a plan exists. What happens about implementing it? And I think, particularly in recent years, if you look both at, I suppose, workforce composition in terms of the kind of statistics we've got, it's interesting that we're quite variable across the organisation, which is patchy. and it's a large, complex organisation. But I think that speaks to, you know, a lack of focus as a whole organisation, which is what Kate was talking about some of the culture. So you can put plans and processes in place, but there's a question about how far, to be honest, that we've kind of managed to focus on that consistently. And looking similarly about the issue about customer interactions, you know, we have a process, an equality impact assessment process we go through. Again, if I'm being honest, I think one of the things we need to reflect on quite a lot is how far the equality impact assessment has become a process that people go through, rather than being something that they look at upfront, which is one of the things we're talking about now, right? Rather than people feeling it's something they fill in as part of a decision-making report, how far are we getting people thinking about that equality assessment upfront when they're thinking about decisions or service redesigns? And I think, again, getting that right across a large, complex organisation with a number of services, it needs us to be more focused and more consistent across the whole organisation. So I think it's going to be really important, as Kate said, for us to, I said at the beginning, all kind of reflect on that as senior leaders about how, what the gaps are in what we've got in place, and make sure by the follow-on actions we've got, we're demonstrating and working with the whole organisation to get that more consistent.
Okay, thanks, Eugene. The margins to mainstream question was about more than staff, because it was about partners, it was about citizens, and it was about customers, but we'll get on to those. And whilst we're on staff, I'm going to jump ahead to my questions about staff, if that's okay. I've got some more specific questions. So much of your submission talks about supporting BAM in talent, including programs to attract talent, entry-level opportunities, developing staff. But we've heard from witnesses in this commission that no matter how much they participate in these programs and how well qualified or experienced they are, they're still blocked from progression. So apart from a review of recruitment and selection methodology, how much genuine self-reflection of the organisation, its systems, structures, biases, culture, how much of that have you done, and how much of that are you intending to do?
So firstly, I think that we have started on that journey, and my intention is that we do exactly as you have said, and the findings and reflections of the Race Equality Commission are a really important part of that that insight for us. I think that, and again, I think it is genuinely important that we put in place some really great quality development and pathways support for our talented staff from Black and Asian and minority ethnic heritages in our organisation. But I agree with you entirely. There's no point doing that in a kind of totemic way, which doesn't then change and doesn't affect recruitments and senior progression. I think we therefore need to look at those things in parallel, look at that whole employee life cycle. And I completely understand, and I've spoken to many of our staff. I'm sorry, I'm not sure. The other thing we didn't talk about was the use of BAME as an acronym, which I'm not personally that comfortable with, but I understand that's what we're doing. So I'll do it, but I just want to flag, I'm sort of conscious that
if I can interject there, depending on who you're talking to and what context, the term is being used. We hear a whole range of acronyms as a result of this commission. So please use whichever terminology you wish to use. As I think the important thing is we know what we're referring to, and we know that there's going to be a consistency of approach within the Race Equality Commission report. So we won't be using the term loosely in the report, but we recognise that it's not consistently agreed beyond the Commission.
Thanks for that. Well, I'll use it for expediency, but I think it is a really important thing, you know, because it matters that we are, you know, that we're not reductive, and that we understand the diversity of our colleagues, and including thinking about matters around intersectionality. So anyway, I think what's you know, I have spoken to BAME members of staff and had some really, you know, heard some really hard stories, and I'm grateful to them for taking the time and expending the emotional energy that I know it does. I know that it is involved in sharing difficult stories, particularly where staff have experienced you know, trauma over the course of their career, and I appreciate that. It's really important for me to have heard some of those things. So I also understand that it's really, until things change in the council, it is important that staff feel able to call it out and call me out and say, well, you know, we've done these things before and nothing's changed. There's a little bit of a circular, you know, we have to be determined to change it. We have to recognise that there are systemic things that we need to fix, and some of that also links to who's in the room when we're having discussions at the senior leaders, how we make sure that when we're having those discussions we have a diverse range of voices, and as I say, that also links to what we're doing around recruitment of senior leadership and senior talent into the organisation, where there is more to do there. So I you know, I think the challenge is a good one, and I guess I'd say until we've I'm aware of it, it's important that we approach this in a sort of system-wide way and don't just look at sort of totemic tick box things that that feel like they're you know, that they look nice on an action plan, but they don't change the culture of the organisation.
Sorry, just before you ask your next question, I think just going back to the terminology issue, Kate and Eugene, the one of the issues that we have is that around the use of terminology is we often have to, our starting point is often the terminology we receive from the people that we're speaking to, and the use of BAME is a term that's used quite extensively in the submission that you use. I don't use the term BAME. I will always say in full Black, Asian and minoritized ethnic if that's what I'm speaking, if that's a particular context for what I'm saying. So the term BAME as a noun isn't something that I would use. But if we are to change terminology, or if the council is to change terminology, then there's a job of work to be done there, isn't there, about just rethinking just the documentation that's circulated, you know, within and without. So that was just a general thought. That was just a general thought, and something for consideration, not just for the two of you, but for the whole commission. Shruti, can I just turn back to you again?
Thank you. I think there's a lot of disagreement around the terms, and I'm in a bit of a fight with my board around terms at the moment as well. But the important thing is we don't get distracted from the issues that matter around structural racism, and that we do examine the data at a deeper level and don't lump everyone together. And that's what's really important here. So I'm going to quickly rattle through my next two questions on staff, if you don't mind, because I've got many other questions for you. So I'd really appreciate it if you could be concise. So you have alluded to this, and I just sort of wonder whether you have any sense of understanding what's going on that's stopping BAME staff from progressing. I mean, we can see that representation is dropping through the grades. You've given a figure of 7.4%, I think, for the representation of BAME staff who are earning more than 50,000. But if you go higher up the tiers, I'm guessing it's lower than that as well. So do you understand what's going on that's stopping BAME staff from progressing?
I don't think I do deeply understand it, and I think I'm not going to pretend to understand, have been able to understand it in 6 months, but I'm trying to understand it. I mean, there are different, from my experience, my career thus far, I would say there are a whole set of things that usually contribute to that in any organisation, and I think I can see all of them at play here. So the first thing is just, you know, we have So there's been a long period of austerity in the council, and one of the things that has happened as a consequence of that is that the senior leadership cadre has shrunk, if you like. So there's been a sort of stagnation, I would say, in terms of there haven't been many senior leadership roles advertised. So that's thing one. You know, there are many talented colleagues all around the country in all sorts of sectors who might be interested in coming to work and provide leadership in the council. And you know, so I certainly in any recruitments I'll be doing will be making sure that we are really thoughtful about how we target and make sure that we're, you know, thinking about how we run our recruitments, how we, you know, what I'm expecting in terms of the any you know, recruitment support we're getting in, to make sure we have as a minimum diverse pools for all senior roles, and also making sure that we're using diverse selection panels. But I think there's also something then about how talent progresses through the organisation, and I think there are, you know, we've got to have a conversation about with all of our staff about this. There's a lot to be done, a lot to improve around staff engagement in the council, I think, in terms of the conversations that we're having and the ability for staff to share ideas and thoughts and views about their experience. So yes, it's about the data, and yes, it's about accountability, but we also need to understand, you know, we need to understand what's been going on. So I don't want to reduce it to you know, three things that are gonna make a difference. Yes, it'll be about the way we recruit and the way we select and the way we bring on and identify talent and the way we support our talented Black and Asian minority ethnic staff to succeed. But I also think that you know, it's something that I'd be really interested in the views of the Race Equality Commission in terms of what you have found talking to both our own staff, but also I hope other organisations that are almost certainly far ahead of us. I certainly, you know, I've come into an organisation which feels very far behind the organisation I was in previously. So I'm looking to learn and apply some of the things that I was doing as standard, things like everybody. Hello. Oh, things like everybody having you know, really putting a proper program of reverse mentoring in place, which is something I've benefited from in my career. So yeah, sorry, I'm going to...
Thanks, Kate. Just one last question on staff. So I'll go back to best value review. There was a recommendation around establishing Black workers forums in each directorate and corporately, and for them to have a role in scrutiny, challenge, shaping policy and practice. So I don't know what's happened over the last 17 years since I left, but I am wondering whether they are still there, and the new BAME Safe Space and BAME Allies network, whether they'll be taking on that kind of role, whether BAME staff will be empowered, and if they are empowered, how can they be empowered but still be protected as well?
I mean, some of the protection comes from the message and the leadership I provide, and I recognise that. As you'll have seen, I've tried to use a lot of my all staff messages, my comms to talk about this. It's not something that's happened in the past, as far as I can see. I've worked with the new BAME Safe Space Network to ensure that they feel supported by me, and that they can come to me and bring issues to me directly without having to go through the hierarchy. I think that, I mean, Eugene may want to talk a bit more about the networks that do exist. There are networks in all the portfolios, there are groups, but I think, you know, again, this comes down to the culture in the organisation, and it has to be, we have to be creating the space for staff to come together in groups that mean something to them, to find support and ideas and inspiration and empowerment. And we have to be creating the space for that and making it not an add-on and not something that is you know, not something that is frowned upon, but something that is positively valued. So I mean, that links as well, I think, to making sure that we've got dedicated equality, diversity and inclusion objectives in everybody's performance objective. So we're actually saying to people, you know, when you have your discussions about your performance, we'll be having a conversation about what, you know, what you're doing to support the diversity of the organisation.
So what I'm wondering partly, Kate, is whether BAME staff will have some kind of role in scrutiny and challenge. So you've got a number of recommendations and actions that you're intending to progress with, set out in your submission. And I'm wondering what role, for example, BAME staff might have in that, and whether the staff in your safe space might take on some of that role to give them a bit more teeth. And influence.
I've already spoken to the safe space network about that, and about how we make sure that they're integral to all of the work we're doing, not just actually on equality, diversity, inclusion, but on all of the work we need to do on change in the organisation. Because again, if we make this reductive and we make this just about, it is really important that we have dedicated focus and leadership on anti-racism in the organisation, but it's also important to recognise that the way we deliver and design services, the way we make choices on a number of areas needs to come from a place of education and curiosity and self-awareness around what we do and don't know, and where our strengths lie and don't lie. So yeah, I'm very supportive of that. I think it is important that we try and find ways to also really just open this up to as many staff as possible. I'm very grateful to the number of individuals who've given of their time to drive this agenda forward, and that places a burden on them. It's a burden that I think we should be recognising and being grateful for, but it's also something I think we want to try and extend out in the organisation. Again, I keep coming back to culture. It's not soft and fluffy as far as I'm concerned. It's the spine of what makes change happen. A culture where individuals, whatever their background, feel able and supported to participate is really important. And at the moment, I think we're not there yet. So it does feel like a bit of a, I think it can feel a bit of a battle for those people who are organising this and being the sort of vanguard.
Okay, thank you, Kate. I can see Eugene is nodding. I don't know if there's anything you want to add, Eugene.
Yeah, again, from a longer term perspective, I think it's just important to reiterate. I think the starting point of some of the reflections recently and talking to some of my teams has been to start with kind of admitting that, I don't know what I don't know. And I think that has been one of the things we've been talking about recently, and keeping open to that. And as Kate was saying, not just come up with some tick box answers. So kind of think I'm committed to that and kind of talking to my teams about that. I think I was just reflecting that, our approach over the last few years has been, on some of our internal staff equality networks to kind of focus on something that tries to put an umbrella across all protected characteristics. And we've taken the same approach on the Equality Hubs, Equality Partnership. And I think that there's an important thing for us to think about and listen to people's experience about kind of how far that's something that's successful, and we need to maintain that approach, because we have issues across protected characteristics that are similar, and people can be of more than one protected characteristic, and how far that needs to go along with what has been happening recently about setting up the safe space groups, which might apply to other staff groups as well. And I don't have the answer to that now, and I think part of this process that we're going through now is kind of listening to that and thinking about how we get that balance right going forward. So that's something I just thought was worth logging it. And finally, again, it comes back to getting that right across the whole organisation. My experience, interestingly, in being the lead EMT for the Equality Partnership is that actually I get things escalated to me sometimes because people find it hard to get answered. The council is a big and complex organisation. It is, frankly, too hard to get into sometimes, and I think it's incumbent on those of us in senior leadership positions, as Kate was talking about, to make sure things shouldn't have to get escalated to us, but actually by us talking about this in the right way, we need to encourage the way for people to respond across the organisation, so that things don't have to get escalated. Because I've seen things where I kind of think, well, why have we not just answered that question? And I think we've got to get that right and into our behaviours more going forward.
Okay, thanks very much, Eugene. As you've mentioned it, I'd like to ask you a question about the Equality Partnership, if I may. So in your submission, you talk about the Equality Partnership enabling our diverse communities to have greater voice and influence over decisions in the city. and the BAME Public Health Group providing a model for a different, more inclusive way of engaging with and listening to BAME groups in the city. However, I have to say, we've heard repeatedly in these hearings from different BAME communities and organisations that there's a lack of engagement by the local authority, that they feel disempowered and excluded from decision-making structures, and that there are barriers to their own engagement. And it's also really notable that in the race and faith hubs of the Equality Partnership and the Public Health Group, that you've enlisted a single organisation, Faith Star, to effectively speak on behalf of all ethnic minorities. Would you say this is an inclusive approach to engagement?
Eugene, do you want to speak to that?
I was going to just check. Yeah, I think what I'm reflecting on a bit, back to what's happened recently about the recent Burma Public Health Group is I think it's taught us to think about this again. And yeah, the role of Faith Star, as each of the protected characteristics was granted to lead in that area as part of that approach. And I think, yes, one of the things we've learned already over COVID is the need for much wider engagement. And I think the work that the public health team put into that is something that we've been reflecting on over the last year. And I think we've started to try and build on that and learn from that. So we've used that mechanism as a more diverse way into thinking about how to do some of the grant aid, and I think that has informed some of the way we've approached distribution of funds to organisations, where we've tried to move away from just being reliant on certain organisations. But I'm not going to sit here now and say that's perfect. I think that's something we're still thinking about and reflecting on. But we're aware of it. I'm aware of it. It's made me think about it, and we're trying to build that into some what we're doing going forward. So, for example, in the last few weeks, it's been interesting. I've been dealing with and helping the teams with our bid into the Community Renewal Fund that we've done recently. And as part of that, we deliberately tried to build on some of that approach we took in public health and have a wider conversation with a wider number of organisations about submitting a collaborative bid to the Community Renewal Fund. And I think I'd be interested in kind of how that goes down when we evaluate that, how people felt about that compared to previous experiences, because I think we need to be able to experiment with some of that and see how we can get that right going forward in terms of moving away from what's potentially a monolithic approach going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does come across that you are relying on one organisation, and you know, it's notable you contributed 15,000 to Faith Star within your race quality network, and that feels really tokenistic given the number of organisations involved and the far larger number of organisations who aren't. So, you know, and I think that's really what the question is about. Why are you relying on this one organisation? And you know, what about opening up engagement really in a more genuine, inclusive manner to many other organisations that are there, that are knocking on the door but can't get in?
I think it is a really, I mean, I think it's a very fair challenge, and it's that, you know, as Eugene said, the council is an enormous organisation, and I think you'll have heard and have heard from colleagues throughout that there is a real desire, both at officer and at political level, to really transform the way we engage with our communities, and by that I mean not, you know, in a kind of paternalistic, you know, way, but actually having a different sort of a conversation with our communities. That will start with relationship building. And I think one of the challenges that many parts of the public sector face, but there are brilliant examples from many other parts of the country of areas that have done this really well, is the sort of contrast between the conditions within which we operate, which often require a premium on expediency. So, you know, a fund comes out, you've got 2 days to respond to it, otherwise you lose the money sort of culture. And I think we've got, you know, I'm not that, I want to be really clear, I'm not making excuses, I'm just explaining the operating context. And what we need to do is make the time to build relationships with a much broader range of organisations, and make sure that we, you know, when we find ourselves in those positions where there's an opportunity or there is a need or an urgent requirement, that we're not in a position where we have only got one place to go as an organisation. I think that's something that we need to take on board and fix. Again, I think some of the routes to fixing it are about taking the time to build relationships and get out into our communities and understand that sort of rich ecosystem that exists in Sheffield, and that I think has both been under huge pressure in the pandemic, but has also grown and developed. So I think, you know, as we do the work on the local area committees, as we try and really build and change, you know, the incentives on our staff to get out and engage with their communities, this is a really important aspect of that.
Okay, thank you. If I could just sort of build on that and ask a question about funding for community organisations. So we've heard from BME community organisations that they lack support from the council and find it hard to access funding through the anchor organisations that the council uses to manage funds. And it seems that the council's funding structures are reflective of leadership structures in the city. So largely white-led gatekeepers, with BME organisations dependent on them, lacking power and not part of decision-making structures. So how does this help or hinder the sustainable development of BME organisations and more widely the BME economy, especially in those most deprived areas of the city where BME people are concentrated?
Might just worth me saying, because just if I start off on that, Shruti, and just to be clear, in fact, I wasn't clear in my final answer. I was acknowledging your point about a reliance on one agency in my answer. I was just trying to explain a little bit kind of how I think I've tried to learn from that recently and build on it. So I think again, I think I acknowledge your point about kind of a reliance on anchor organisations, and that's again a point to kind of what's happened with the public health funding and the difficulties of the COVID crisis. I think has taught us quite a lot already about needing to get that diversity better. I think we've made a start on that, but I think we've got to do a lot more learning about that and build that in to our processes going forward. So I'd agree with your point, and we've made a start on that, but need to do much more to get that embedded across the whole organisation. Kate makes a really important point about if we haven't developed the networks and relationships, when those funding asks come in, and unfortunately at the moment it is a real feature of a lot of funding bids from government that they come in with, you know, frankly rather ridiculous deadlines, then you're not in a good place to work off those existing relationships. And that's what we've got to do and think about in terms of the work we're doing at the moment with members around community engagement and the local area committees, and getting that much more systemically built into the way the council works, because it's pretty clear more widely from and the response that we need to make on local area committees, etc., that's part of what the council's kind of lost touch with and needs to re-engage with.
I agree with all of that, and I think there's something about just being really mindful of you know, that if we're in an environment where our role is simply as grant giver or then we're missing a really important discussion about how we build capacity and capability, and how we do that. In part, you know, in some cases that's about us just being a lot more straightforward in how easy we are to deal with, so that we're not placing burdens on organisations just to sort of do the basic engagement with us that they need to do. So I don't want that to sound like, you know, it's our job to build capability. It isn't, but it's our job to be mindful of the fact that we've got organisations of all different all sort of, some organisations who've been established for a really long time, some organisations facing specific challenges, and we need to have a bit more of a nuanced approach, I think, to how we engage with them. And hopefully, again, the work that we're doing to really get more of our work focused on the local communities and through the local area committees will be a good way of doing that and building those relationships officer level.
I think there's a fundamental point here, just coming back on your point about capability. There are some very well established BAME-led organisations out there with strong capability. They're just not part of the decision-making structures or the power structures. And partly, I think it's about the system that we have and the supply chain of funding. And, you know, I think possibly we're looking about, just as we talked about staff, how much of that self-reflection is going on to kind of look at what the setup is and how it can work more equitably and more fairly, and ultimately benefit those BME communities living in the most deprived areas of the city.
I think more broadly that there are issues to do with the voluntary and community sector and the infrastructure to support them. But in addition to that, there are issues around procurement and being able to access the procurement process and for Black businesses to compete on a level playing field for to supply services and facilities to the local authority. So I think there's a continuum of issues around funding and resources and accessing facilities and services that have been part of the conversations that we've had. It's not purely about funding, it's not purely about capability. It is quite complex, but there are clearly issues around engagement and inclusion and exclusion that are worthy of further consideration. Did you have another question, Shruti?
I have one more question, but actually I'm happy to stop and allow the commissioners to come in, because I'm sure others will have questions.
Yeah. Can I ask you, Shruti, can I ask, you didn't ask the question about the EDI staffing and
right, yeah, sorry.
Would you be able to ask?
Yeah, because yeah, I know you alluded to that actually, but yeah, you say you're going to double the staff working on EDI. Are any of these staff going to have a focus on race equality, and what teeth will they have?
Yes, I can't tell you exactly how many, but some of them certainly will. What teeth they will have, I mean, I think this comes down to the kind of model. So it's really important we have a good, you know, a capable and big enough team working on EDI in the council to be proportionate to an organisation of 8,000 people and able to hold that ring and to do the coordination and to make sure that we've got that sort of internal challenge function. But if we see this as a job of a small team of people in an organisation of 8,000 people, then we're completely missing the point. We have to have every single leader, every single manager, everywhere in the council seeing this as part of their job. This is part of good management, and good management is what we need throughout the council in every part of it. So I would say yes, and the teeth we need to focus on are the teeth that exist around our accountability for all of our managers and all of our staff, but also the support and education we give them, because you know, I think it is no excuses, no apologies, but it is incumbent on me and it's incumbent on us as an organisation to make it clear and create space for staff who aren't comfortable or aren't doing what we need them to do in terms of quality, to make sure that they've got really good quality education and that they're able to do a better job. So that's kind of what I say to that. So I can appreciate that. I actually thought about striking out that line because it felt verging on tokenistic, but I think it is important that we have a really strong central team, because, you know, we have a great central team at the moment and they are pulled far too thinly. stretched too thinly, and we need them to be able to do the job, not just in terms of ticking the statutory boxes around equality impact assessments, but challenging the organisation to be the best it can be.
Before I turn to my colleague Sonia, in reading that that comment, Kate, I was thinking it followed a comment that you made around underinvestment in EDI as well over the last 10 years. And I was thinking, well, if there has been underinvestment over the last 10 years, a doubling of the team might again be might seem tokenistic, because you've already got a reduced team that's doubled, and then it might not even be as big as the original team. So
I should have struck it out before I sent it.
I trust your intuition on that one, I think, but it's just one of those things that when you put a number on something that's it needs to be be able to kind of stand up to critique. And but I'd like to turn to Sonia. Sonia, could you introduce yourself before asking your question? And I'm conscious of time, but hopefully Kate and Eugene, you're okay for a little while longer?
I'm fine. I'll just have to, apologies if I have to walk away. I might just have to let my children into the house.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm here for the record.
Sure, thank you.
No, I quite understand, and thank you, Professor Hilton, and a warm welcome to Eugene and Kate. So hello, my name is Sonia Gale. I was born in Sheffield, but I've been working in London and overseas. And I guess like you, Kate, I recently returned and found Sheffield in some ways unchanged, but in many ways quite changed. And in joining the commission, I'm keen to leverage some of the examples of good practice that I've seen in other councils, and I'm looking here at Birmingham, some of the local councils in London like Lewisham, which actually went through a little bit of a culture change. I think there was a change of mayor and a recognition that actually the borough over the years had changed and was actually nearly 40% diverse, and that this was not representative across the council or indeed any of the key stakeholders. So the council, now that I've left, have now introduced quite sweeping reforms and looking end to end across all of their processes in terms of procurement, the community groups that they do business with. Again, they're looking at BAME and the fact that a lot of their data collates BAME in one group. It's either white and other, but of course, as we all know, BAME can cover wide diversity, and your experience as an Asian Muslim can be very different to that of in comparison to an Indian or Chinese. And indeed, when you look at the category of Black, your experience as a Black Briton will be very different to that of someone who's maybe African or a recent immigrant. So I'd be interested to understand that it's great that Sheffield City Council and that you've arrived. And I can sense, just talking, just hearing you and your colleagues, that there's a real motivation to make change and sooner rather than later. But again, I'm just thinking, well, how are you going to achieve that? Because I think the community has to be involved. I think in the past, maybe mistakes have been made because people have assumed they know what the answer is. And I don't think there is one answer. There are some easy wins. And I'd just be interested to get your thinking on what do you see as your priorities in terms of your 90-day plan? If that's not too difficult a question.
That's fine, thank you. And as a former resident of Lewisham for 20 years, I've certainly found moving back to Sheffield quite an interesting, interesting spirit in that sense. It definitely feels like we're way behind some other areas. So sidebar, I am extremely keen that we learn from others in the local government system, but elsewhere, and make sure that we seek support and challenge and don't just reinvent the wheel. Try and model what's been done the best. And I saw you had Ian Thomas on earlier, and I think what Ian's been doing in Kingston is a really good example of taking some very practical steps, communicating them, making them ambitious but achievable. So what I'd say in terms of the 90-day plan, I mean, we're committed as a council to publishing a 1-year recovery plan in later this month in July. And as part of that, we'll have some specific commitments. But I think what underpinning that, we need what I would see again as a sort of 1-year recovery and stabilisation plan for the council, which needs to include within it a set of staged, sort of specific actions. I may well just totally copy Ian's very clear, sensible model from Kingston. Because there's, as you say, there's a set of quick wins in there that we can get in place. Alongside that, what I want to also make sure we're working on is that, and I keep coming back to this, and I worry that it sounds soft and fluffy, but in my mind it really isn't, that we're making space for conversations which are different and which allow for this sort of debate, and allow for the council to hear challenge and respectfully listen and absorb it and reflect upon it and then take action, rather than feeling that we need to be defensive, because actually that's the very first and most important step to moving forward, that we are listening, and that includes at a very micro level with our staff, and it includes at a community level and with key partners. So there's something for me about almost a twin track, where we're doing some things that we just know are good practice and we need to put in place, and we put those in place over the course of the year in the council, as an employer, as a funder, as a convener in the community, but that we also put take some actions that will be slower burning, but will create the foundations and the relationships that will mean that that we're, there's a different sort of a more diverse. There are more diverse voices in the room when we're making decisions, that there are different, people are encouraged and incentivized to think not just about expediency, but about doing the right thing. So hopefully that helps, but I think it'll be, I'll shut up.
Yeah. Sorry, Eugene.
Yeah.
I just kind of like to, just from a personal perspective, just pick up on something Kay said there, because she was talking about it sounding soft and fluffy, and I think, just to reflect from my point of view, it's not. I think the conversations we've tried to open up recently, that, to be honest, they're not comfortable. They're not comfortable for me personally, and I don't think they're comfortable for a lot of senior managers in the organisation. But I think it's really important we hold that space for a little while and acknowledge that and work with people. And that's the space I'm still in, to be honest. And I think we need to encourage that, and as part of that, make sure that we're kind of listening and also demonstrating that we're listening. I just thought it was important to kind of back Kate up on what we were saying, that because I know I've been involved in some conversations that have not felt comfortable in the last few months, and that's right and proper, actually, and that's not soft and fluffy, to be honest.
I think the only other thing to say on that is that it's about how do we, it is right, as Eugene said, that these conversations don't feel comfortable, but we also need to be mindful of the fact that that discomfort pales into insignificance when we consider some of the experiences that some of our Black and Asian and minority ethnic staff have had in the organisation. So I'm quite happy for us to feel a bit uncomfortable for a while, but what we need to do is create enough space to have that, and then move forward, and then say, okay, what are we going to do about it, and do that in a way which is open and which involves our staff, and creates a more of a sense of, we've got a way to go to get there and to get the trust, but creates more of a sense of allyship and more of a sense of genuine championing and genuine ambition for the organisation, as opposed to just tick box.
And I assume, Kate, that would you be looking to the Commission to support that process by, I guess, giving you a set of, and all of the stakeholders, a clear set of recommendations which you can then plan against? Because I guess, wearing my policy hat, what gets measured to a certain extent will get done. And I think this is what we need now, to see some tangibles and timelines for when, as Shruti said, we've had lots of reports. I hadn't appreciated just how many they'd been, and they just seem to wither on the vine. And I think we're literally, as a city, in the last chance saloon. This is a great opportunity to do what we say we're going to do and be clear about when we're going to achieve it.
Thank you. I would really welcome that. I think that would be really helpful.
Daljit, you have a question, don't you, about blockages and obstacles and so on. Would you like to ask yours?
I would. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Daljit Kaur, Commissioner, worked for the local authority for 20 plus years around employment, positive action and so on. This may be a bit of a controversial question, but again, it comes back to what Eugene was saying, having those uncomfortable conversations in a safe environment. So with regards to leadership and the local authority, some would argue some of the obstacles are the people in place to lead on diversity and inclusion. Kate, how are we going to address this as a city and as a local authority?
I think that might be directed at you, Eugene.
It's Eugene and Kate, both of them.
Sorry, I thought Kate.
Sorry, just give me a second. My kids are just
yeah.
I'll be with you soon as I can.
Well, while Kate's doing that, Eugene, if you approach it, because you've been in the council for a long time, I worked there for 20 plus years around employment, positive action, ESF, ERDF, and so on. You know, it's a conversation. It's a difficult one. And if you speak,
I think the question, sorry, Daljit, I think the question refers to pushback. And sometimes that pushback is might be passive aggressive. It might be in terms of inaction rather than.
Yeah, thanks for rephrasing it in a different way, Kevin. But you're right. Yeah. It is about the obstacles, the barriers. Part of that may be to do with leadership styles and engagement. What we're going to do about that?
So I think it's a very specific question, but I think it's a really good one, and it's a really good example of the sorts of things that we need to address. And I think that's partly about building capability, and it's about changing the tone of the conversations that we have, but it's also about creating an environment where we are all of us able to give constructive feedback and receive constructive feedback. And so I think one of the things that I have observed, which maybe, I don't know whether this resonates, but is a sense that there is, and this is born of experience, so I'm not downplaying it, but there's lots of tendency in the council when to assume that people, to assume bad intent. And I think, if I could click my fingers and do something magic to the council, it will be for everybody to try to start a day and just assume good intent. So I think if you assume good intent, then you can say, well, I think, that gives you the space to then say, look, to use that very specific example, if something's put forward and the response feels passive aggressive and like it's pushing it off into the long grass, you feel empowered to say, okay, this is how that feels, and the conversation is respectful and kind as opposed to defensive. Now, I can't click my fingers and transform that because it's born of some of the cultural aspects that I spoke to before, but I think it's one of the really important fundamental, one of the things we need to change. And it's not about changing individuals, it's about building respect and relationships and kindness in the way we work with each other across the council.
Thank you for that, Kate.
In your evidence, you say that we know that there is more that needs to be done, and then you go through a list of things like data gathering, supporting talented staff, and so on. And I was wondering, how does this statement tie in with your resolve to become an anti-racist organisation, and what does an anti-racist organisation look like? I know you have already given us some indications around safe space and so on. So how will you know when you've got there?
I think we will know. There'll be a set of measurable indicators around how the organisation looks, but there'll also be it comes down to the sort of the stories we tell ourselves about the organisation, you know, and what will be the unwritten rules of the organisation, what will be the things that people say, what will be the behaviours that are rewarded, what will be the behaviours that are pulled out. So you know, I think it's a really good challenge, and actually something that, you know, again, I think the Commission could provide some real insight and inspiration on, you know, help us think through for Sheffield and for Sheffield City Council, what, you know, what would be the sentences, what would be the statements that we'd ask, you know, we'd expect to see. We definitely can do more in terms of measuring staff experience, and I think that there's more to be done around the staff engagement survey, which I think we need to improve in terms of the kinds of questions we're asking our staff, but also will be metrics around complaints and those sorts of things. So it's a combination of measurable data moving over time, and also the kind of cultural norms and the behaviours that we see, and I think that's what you know, that's what will take some time. We're not going to change that overnight because we've got a deficit to catch up.
Yes.
We've got to build.
Yes. So yeah, so you know, we talk about pathways to impact, and I think we have to remember that there is a journey to that point, and sometimes there are quick wins, and sometimes there are longer term wins along that way, along that journey. I'm going to ask Maruf to ask his question, and I think I may have to make it the last question, as we have overrun, and I appreciate you, Jean and Kate, that you've stayed a bit longer than you expected. So Maruf, could you give me a sense of the area that you wish to explore?
I mean, I've got quite a number of areas, but I'm going to concentrate on the workforce. That's all. Yeah, it'd be a specific workforce-based question. I mean, I've had a link with the authority as a senior officer, and now as an elected member for the last 30 years. And the question I'd like to ask Eugene in particular is, in the last 30 years, I've not seen any great progress in terms of workforce profiling or workforce engagement, in particular around the ethnic minority or BAME community workers, because there are still workers within the authority that have actually come to me and said, look, you know, we don't feel valued, we don't feel as though we're getting through various different issues have come about. So the question for Eugene basically is, why hasn't the authority changed when every time that we talk about this subject, everybody agrees that we should be doing something about it, but why hasn't it actually been implemented where people feel comfortable that something has actually been done, and the staff that you already have don't feel as though they seem to be, I mean, I'm generalizing here, but the comments that I've been getting from staff that already exist within the organization don't feel terribly comfortable in addressing these issues, because let's be honest, I'll be brutally honest, and it might be a challenging question this, but this feels scared of their middle management and above to challenge that. Senior management, maybe, yes, they're probably signed up to all this, and it happens. The reason I'm not mentioning this question to Kate is because what I'm hearing from Kate is something that is going to likely to change, and you can only make comments on something like that once it's happened. So that is one of my questions.
Well, let's just stick with that question, and we'll.
No, I'm happy to take it up at a political level directly with Kate.
So it's just that one question. And that one question, it's a difficult one to answer, really, in terms of what hasn't changed over the, why haven't things changed over the last 30 years?
Well, simply because over the 30 years we've always had a plan that's tried to address this, and over 30 years we don't seem to have made any progress. And what and would this now, the final bit of that question, if I may, where does this actually sit in priority lists? Is it going to be one where, yes, we would like to do it, but because we've had the pandemic and everything else is going on, we can't just address it at this particular moment? Because I think if it came to members, we would like to see it as a priority number one.
mean, I can answer that last question in that it's going to be a priority on my personal performance objectives, to which I am held to account. That's based on and I'm going to make sure that it's in the performance objectives of all the senior managers in the organisation. I think the point about middle managers is really important. We have to also, you know, there's a lot of layers of hierarchy in an organisation of 8,000, and we have to build that capability throughout all our management. But one of the things we can do is start signalling really properly from the top and building those connections. And I do also agree that I think there's an awful lot of political, I feel very strongly supported by the council collectively, opposition and the cooperative executive in terms of the focus they put on this. So I think the race equality, we're all ready and wanting to hear and respond to and listen to and reflect upon what the Race Equality Commission says to us. And then I think we're all determined that we need to do something about it. So that's how I'd answer that. But I appreciate Eugene may want to say some more about some of the historic stuff.
Thanks, Maroof. I find it quite hard to answer your question because it's put like that. It's an important reflection. I suppose, you know, Kate said at the beginning that there are many reasons and you could give for this, and you know, in an organisation this size and scale, lots of things are priorities. But actually, I suppose listening to you, that you know that's not good enough, is it? And I think like some of what we were saying earlier, I think with this commission and not just kind of a report and some recommendations that become another plan. What is being done to embed this and actually really make sure that we've got follow-up actions and something that changes the culture of the organisation. I think what you're saying is speaking to that for me, and I think it's about you know, us all having that personal commitment to following that up. Kate just said there about kind of being really clear about us all having some clear, explicit priorities. That is probably one of the things that's been missing, but there's several, and it's quite hard to answer your question. And I think getting the recommendations of this commission, and it not just being something that happens as a moment in time, but we find the way to kind of really use it as a springboard for change is the critical thing we need to commit to. I'm not sure I can say any more than that, really, but thank you for your point.
Thank you, Eugene.
And I think at this time, I think it's a good place to stop. Yeah, we could easily stay and talk about a number of issues, because the local authority is such a key player in so many of the conversations that we've had, and will continue to be. So, you know, I'd like to thank you for attending and being open and honest about what's happened in the past, what may or may not have happened in the past, and what needs to happen in the future. It's been very insightful for me, and I'm sure for the commissioners around me, and you've left us with lots of food for thought. So Eugene and Kate, we appreciate your time. Kate, is that a hand up from you?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm really, again, I'm sorry I arrived with all the problems arriving, but I also think, I mean, this has just shown how much value we can get from this conversation. So I am very keen to, you know, if it's appropriate at the right moment for us to, you know, if there are things that you want, further things you want to ask that you didn't have time, I'm happy to make time for that. But also I'm very keen for us to have further conversations about what you are, you know, what obviously what you would, anything that we didn't get time to get to today. So to make that offer is in keeping with the fact that this is genuinely a really important priority for me.
Yeah, I can see that, and so can the commissioners. One of the things that we are talking about now is the and the name hasn't yet been put on it, but it's going to be an ongoing legacy panel or legacy group, but in effect it's going to be a form of scrutiny group that will be in place before this commission has ended, with a view to checking and challenging the key stakeholders in and around the Sheffield City region in regards to the recommendations and accountability to those recommendations from the commission. So of course that conversation is ongoing and is close to being shared with the City Council. That will clearly involve some form of resource commitment and some form of political and council resourcing of some kind. But this is just a nudge to say that this is an ongoing part of the conversations that we're having. As Eugene was saying, you know, it's important not to just have something that's, what did you say, something that's just, you know, had its time and then you move on. So the whole thing about this commission is that there is sustainability built into it and there are long-term plans connected to it. And so hopefully in collaboration with you and other key stakeholders, we can manage to do that together. Okay, everyone, thank you very much for your time today. Commissioners, I will see you again on Thursday. There's a few people that I will be dialoguing with in terms of some of the questions that just need to be bottomed out. Secretariat, thank you very much for your time and organising for the session today. And back to Eugene and Kate, thank you very much. And you know, hopefully we'll see each other again soon, especially when we're doing some resourcing, Eugene.
Yeah. In a note, Kevin.
And, yeah. Okay. So thank you, everybody, and we'll catch up again on Thursday.
Thank you. Good to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you. All the best. Bye-bye.